right. Hello everyone. Welcome. We're starting our I have North playthrough today. I'm so excited. So, for those of you, which is probably not many, but because I've been talking about this for so many months now, but we're getting I'm slowly getting to the point where I now have the series done. So, my regional lore video series that I've been talking about I'm slowly getting done with it. So I work today on video number 8 out of 9. So I'm at the point where I'm like at the finish line. Like I'm about a quarter done with that video number 8. I'm doing good, Emily. How are you? So I'm like a quarter done with that video. I think within the next few days, I think I'll have some time to work on it some more, and I think I'm gonna get it done like sometime this week, meaning that by like next week I will be like, you know, finishing the last video or doing the last video or whatever, right? The whole idea is that I'm hopefully gonna get done with both of those videos within the next like week or so, right? Now I'm gonna start releasing this series. Okay, so probably by Thursday, Friday-ish, I'm gonna start releasing the series. That's good. I'm glad to hear it. So the series is gonna start coming out, and that means at the same time that once I'm done with the that series, once I've edited all like the ninth video and it's all done, it's all added to the playlist. I'm gonna have a playlist, and it's all gonna be released like in like every few days. It's not gonna be released all at once. It's not gonna be on a daily thing. It's gonna be like, you know, I'm gonna release like Thursday, Friday, I'll release one, and then like probably like Saturday, Sunday, I'll release another one. So it'll be like a couple days in between all of them. But while this is releasing, I'm gonna be working on a bunch of other videos. There's before the next patch comes out, I want to make a video talking about the next patch and what I'm kind of expecting to see in there and stuff like that. And then after that, I have like a bunch of videos that I want to get done before a bunch of videos. I have a couple of videos that I want to get done before the third update. There's like 2 or 3 videos that I would like to get done. And I have a bunch of shorts. I've talked about this. I want to get back into making the shorts. And I also have, and I probably need to write this down because God knows I can't. I have kind of an idea for another set of shorts that I would like to start making, just to kind of keep, because the problem is with the facts is that I run out of facts like really quickly, and I'm like, oh my god, and then I have to like search around the game for like different facts and stuff, which there's still a plethora of, right? There's so many things still that I can talk about, but you know, I have to find them, right? They're not like actively, like, it's not like my brain is a treasure trove of every single fact ever in Guild Wars. So I'm still trying to kind of like, okay, how do I do that? So let me just write that down. I don't know how well that idea is gonna go, so I'm not even gonna really talk about it. I'm gonna have to like sit down and kind of think about it. But yeah, so we're gonna start our I have the North playthrough. So let's just talk about Guild Wars 1. We have done the Prophecies playthrough, which is the original core game of Guild Wars 1, right? Which is like Tyria, you know, Central Tyria and all that, blah blah blah, with the White Mantle and the Mersad and all that stuff, right? Then we did Factions, which is in Cantha, and we did, you know, and we kind of talked about like Shira Tagachi coming back and blah blah blah, right? And we had Kunavang and all these things going on. And then we did recently, a few months ago now, which I'll talk about that in a second too. I'm kind of happy about, but we finished it a few months ago. Was the Nightfall playthrough, and you know, that was with Varish Asa and Abaddon coming back, and you know, night falling and blah blah blah, all this stuff, right? And we did all that, which was great. I had a good time doing that. And I'm glad I took a break, because I haven't played Guild Wars 1 since then. I played a couple days after, I want to say after the playthrough, but since then I haven't even turned it on. Like, I haven't even at all touched Guild Wars 1. So I'm now looking at like my skill bar, and I'm looking at my characters, and I'm like, I don't even know what's happening, which is good, because the thing is, I don't want to go into Eye of the North and just like destroying everything it's kind of nice that I'm having, like, I'm going into Eye of the North kind of having to relearn like my groups and like my group setup and all these things. But the goal is, and just so you guys know, let's talk about just the Guild Wars 1 content that I'm going to be doing for the next, I don't know, year probably it's going to take me. So I want to do the Eye of the North playthrough. Now, Eye of the North was interesting because obviously introduced, it was supposed to be the initial part of a bridge that led into Guild Wars 2, right? That's when they had decided, hey, we're not doing more Guild Wars 1 stuff, we're actually creating a new game. So they introduced us to a lot of really great things like the Norn and the Asura and the, like all these other conflicts like the Elder Dragons and all these things that are happening in the world, right? And they kind of, they expanded on this like world that they already had in such a massive way. We're gonna see a lot of really cool biomes. There's like a jungle. We're gonna see underground stuff. We're gonna see icy, like, snowy mountains. We're gonna see the Blood Legion homelands. We're gonna see all these really cool places. I'm very, very excited to go through. I know that most people like factions, the Canthan release, as like that's the, like, for people it's like be all end all of Guild Wars 1. For me personally, Eye of the North does it. Eye of the North, they really hit it with the like immersion, with the like the atmosphere, the music, everything is really, really cool. And then you get like all these diverse characters because you have all these different races. It's not just humans, right? That's something that kind of bugged me for a large part of Guild Wars 1. Is like it's all about humans and the other creatures are all just like enemies. It's very like, it's very early 2000s, like late 90s, where like, any game is like you just play the human character and all the other things that aren't human are just evil creatures that you have to kill, right? And it's just kind of, it's a little in Nightfall they like, they expanded on that where centaurs all of a sudden are like friendly and like all these things, right? But I think with Eye of the North they really got like out there and it just feels more natural, right? Where it's not just about humans, it's about all these other races and stuff. So it's really, really cool. Very excited. So we're going to be doing the playthrough of Eye of the North. I'm going to be doing this with this group that we have, with the heroes that we have gotten in Nightfall, right? This is the same guy that we played Nightfall through. We're going to have a pet. There's a poll for you guys to vote on which pet we want to get for our playthrough. Most of them are easily accessible. Some of them are going to take a little bit longer to get to or whatever. Whatever we decide on, that's what I'm going to go with. Like, whatever you guys want to do. I don't care. I'm not leaning towards one or the other really in any of them. I've never had an iguana pet in Guild Wars 1, I will say, so that's something I've never had before. But it's just like this really cool little lizard guy that you can have. We had crabs before. Oh my god, go to the doctor. No, but we've had little like reef lurkers is what they were called in Cantha, right? We had the red one and the blue one. And then we had we had like moas and stuff. I tried to like, obviously there's like a variety of characters that you can animals that you can pick from. I kind of picked like the 4 where I'm like, okay, these are kind of cool and they're diverse. Like I didn't want to have like, I only picked one bird. I only picked, because there's like a black wolf and a white wolf, right? And you can like, but I'm like, I'm trying to like pick not like different things, right? So I did like a lizard and a crab and a bird and a wolf, right? So you have like kind of diversity. Yeah, so the options are really cool. Wolf, I think we've seen as well. I want to say, I don't know if I've had a wolf, or I mean, we've seen wolves in the game. So I don't know, but I'll leave it up to whoever, if we want to vote, it's fine, whatever. So we're doing that. So as we play through Eye of the North, I'm going to try to get, because we're going to get a bunch of new heroes. Okay, we're going to get a lot of heroes. This is when they really went like ham on heroes. We're going to see a lot of heroes being added. I'm going to play through the whole thing of Eye of the North. We're just doing the story for now. We're not doing side quests. We're not doing dungeons. We're not doing any of that stuff. We're just going to go through the Eye of the North. We're going to obviously talk about, there's so much to talk about, right? Because Eye of the North, a lot of the territory deals with, again, a lot of things are Guild Wars 2 related, right? Because they're introducing us to a lot of things. So there's going to be a lot of lore that we're going to talk about. There's a lot of interesting, really cool connections, things that maybe aren't as great, like when we talk about the Norn and stuff, because the Norn are super, super interesting in Guild Wars 1, and they're kind of boring in Guild Wars 2. They try to kind of redeem them with Ice Root Saga, but unfortunately that kind of fell flat a little bit, in my opinion. But there's really, really cool stuff to talk about. And once we have finished the Eye of the North playthrough, what we're gonna be doing is we're gonna be going in. I'm gonna probably do like an intermission stream, like in between, you know, finishing the Eye of the North playthrough and the next thing that I'm gonna talk about. But where I'm kind of gonna get, because there's some heroes that you can't get like in the story. So I'm gonna be going back and getting some of the heroes. I don't remember. I can think of one on the top of my head. I'm gonna have to think of like the other. I think there's like other heroes that you can get that are not like. Oh yeah, I actually got 3 now. But we're gonna go back and we're gonna get those other heroes, and we're gonna kind of like talk. You know, kind of what we're gonna do is in this in between stream, we're gonna set up this group. We're gonna finalize our group of people that we have. We're gonna kind of pick the best of everything, because we're gonna have a huge variety of classes, of skills, because we're gonna also get in the playthrough in this what I would like to do as well after, like in this intermission stream, and I don't know if it's gonna be 1 intermission stream or 2, is I want to get all of the PvE skills. So another thing that Eye of the North did is, instead of just adding, like, they added a bunch of profession specific abilities, but they also added what was known as, or what's known as, and I don't even know, as PvE skills, right? And these are like, we've seen a couple of these. We've seen like the Lightbringer skills, we've seen the Sunspear skills, like we have seen these, but we're gonna get a plethora. There's a ton. Like we're gonna get like all of this that I have right now, we're gonna get this again in like just PvE skills. The thing is with PvE skills, you can only have 2 on your bar, and that's I want to say that's including your elite skill. So we're gonna have to be very selective on what we're picking, because they're really strong. They're very powerful PvE skills, but we're gonna get really cool ones, like a big variety of them. And that's going to be something where we're going to go out and do like a little collectathon as well. And then I kind of, and I don't know how much people want to see that, but Eye of the North introduced Polymach, which is something that a lot of people want to see in Guild Wars 2, myself included. So I kind of want to show people Polymach, which is like this almost like Pokemon type-esque, like Pokemon-esque type of mini game where you have little creatures that are fighting against each other, and you can get these like you can unlock these different creatures and they can fight each other, blah blah blah, whatever. And it's kind of cool. It's very interesting. I don't know, it's like this little mini quest chain of quests that you can do where you go around and you can beat all these different people all around the world. I don't know if I'm going to do a lot of that. I don't know if I'm going to just do a little bit of it and show you guys, you know, depending on how well it's received. I think it's kind of fun. I think it's really cool. And it'll be nice kind of like change of pace between the regular gameplay that we have. Once all that is done, once we have the group set up, I would like to get to the point, and this is really cool, and I just thought about this earlier, because I've talked about this before, where I want to get all of my characters, all of my NPCs that I have in my group, like you guys can kind of see it, the group. I kind of want to move my name a little bit over. I added my name, my in-game name. I wanted to add something on screen. Okay, that looks better. But anyway, so the little group of people that I have, like the 7 other people that I can have, they all can have pets of their own. Okay, and I've talked about this where I want to get all of these pets in there, right? Like I want to have all of us have a pet, so we have a pet army. So it's gonna be like 8 of us and then 8 pets. That's what I want to get to. Okay, which isn't necessary. Like it's not a good strategy to play that way, but we don't really care, right? We just want to have fun. We want to have a good time. We're just playing normal mode. We're not playing hard mode. We're not doing any hardcore stuff where like if I die, I have to remake the character or anything like that. So it doesn't really matter, right? But I would love to have all of these pets in there. And I thought about something earlier. What if we go, okay, and I think you guys would really, really like this. What if we go and we have these pets that are our NPC pets that we have are all the pets that we used before. Okay, so we can have our crab friend back, we can have our moa friend back, like our stalker or whatever they call it, right? Like we can have all of these guys come back, okay? And they're gonna be part of our group. So it's almost like we collected all these friends. We had all these friends before with other characters, obviously, right? But we can kind of bring them back. I can journey with this guy around the world, and we can kind of do like, again, this is gonna be like, now that I'm thinking about it, it's probably gonna be like 2-3 streams in between finishing Eye of the North and the next thing that I want to do. You know, in one of those streams, we can kind of just go hunting for these different pets that are out in the world, and we can, I don't know how many we had, but I don't know if we have 7, if we use 7 of them. If we didn't use 7 of them, then we have a couple, but then we have slots open for other pets that we can maybe use that are kind of cool. And if it's more than 7, we're gonna kind of have to cut and kind of see, like, you know, because we had like Mr. Krabs and Mrs. Crab. Like I remember that Mr. Krabs and Mrs. Krabs in the Canthan playthrough. Like I remember that. We can kind of change that, and we can kind of say like, okay, we're just gonna pick Mr. Krabs because he's like a red crab, right? And it's kind of like cute or whatever. So we can pick him or whatever, right? And we can kind of see like who, you know, we want to build like a diverse group of pets, and we can kind of have all these pets that we had before kind of join us in this final journey that I want to do, where we go through all the dungeons in Eye of the North. Eye of the North was the expansion where they introduced dungeons into the game, and there's a lot of them, and they're really interesting. They're very intricate. They're very like involved. They're kind of long. They're not like in Guild Wars 2 where you go through them and it take about like 15 minutes to get through a path or whatever, right? Like nowadays you can probably do it in like 5 to 10, you know, just with how power creep is or whatever. But they're a lot longer because they're like different floors. You have like different floors that you got to go through, like level 1, 2, 3, right? And there's a lot to them. You know, they have like bosses from the mechanics and blah blah blah, and there's like hidden treasures. We're gonna find some hidden treasures. I'm really looking forward to that because we're gonna be doing the Light of Daldramor. We're gonna use that skill. So you guys that have played Fractals, my favorite Fractal, I played it yesterday for the first time in a long time. I did Fractals yesterday, just for, you know, shits and giggles. I did Fractals yesterday, and we actually did the Dwarven one, which is super fun. But in that Dwarven one, you get the Light of Daldramor, which revealed treasure. That is a mechanic from Guild Wars 1. There's a skill called Light of Daldramor that reveals treasures on the mini map, and you can go there. Like they kind of light up on the mini map, and you can find like little treasures, and you can also find like hidden passages, which is really cool. You can find these switches that open these doors into these like hidden passages where there's even more treasure hanging out. So the dungeons are super fun. I really love the dungeons. I wish they would bring them back in the same sense in Guild Wars 2 because they were just really cool. But yeah, so that's kind of all of that we're gonna be doing, right? Obviously, we're gonna start simple with just playing through Eye of the North, but there's a lot that is in, like, when they added Eye of the North, they added so much to the game. There's so much to see. So we're gonna do all that, but we're starting today with just doing Eye of the North, and we're gonna get a new pet, and we're gonna hang out, and we're gonna have a good time. And like I said, my video series is gonna be coming out, and then I'm gonna be doing a new challenge run in Guild Wars 2. So I'm not gonna be streaming this all the time. It's gonna be probably like back and forth between Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2. Kind of give you guys, you know, like a little bit, you know, I don't want to stream the same thing all the time. You know, I like to be variety, so let's do a little bit different this and that and this and that. And I don't have a set schedule, unfortunately. But you know, you guys, unfortunately, if you guys miss the streams, and I'm sorry about that, but they will be on the live tab on my YouTube channel, so you guys can always see them. So always watch them after the fact. So yeah, let's just get started. So the thing is, when you are one of the, you know, depending on which continent you're on, obviously this is a Nightfall character. We didn't go to any of the other, I guess I did go to the other ones. Oh yeah, because we got the heroes from the other things. But if you go in, I mean, I could do Kaineng. That gives me like a whole group of 8, and I can take that. I think I'm gonna do Kaineng. So the thing is that these missions start in like the main town, and this is Kamadan in Nightfall for the Nightfall characters, in order to get to Eye of the North. But it only lets me have 4 people in the group, which is kind of annoying because then you go in and you have to do this thing with like only 4 people. But if I go from Kaineng, we'll just act like we're doing it from Nightfall. It doesn't really matter because once we leave here, it's exactly the same thing. Once you leave from here, once you go to the specific spot, and I'll tell you guys where it is, they all converge and they all look almost exactly the same, right? Like to the point where they kind of converge inside of this thing, and we'll talk about that. But anyways, so let's go in, and let's see. Who do I need to talk to? What did it say? It's one of these people over here, I think, right? Is it you? Nope. What did I didn't read? I didn't read what it says. Does it tell me on here? It does not. It is mentioning oh, I think they're up here, right? Is it this guy? This guy right there. That's who I need to talk to. Minister of Maintenance. That's who I need to talk to. But yeah, I hope you guys are excited. I'm very excited. I'm very, very excited to get do this playthrough. I kind of like, I was thinking today, before I read this, but I was thinking today, like, we're into 2025, and I felt like I haven't done any like actual Guild Wars content, and I hate not doing that. You know, like it kind of feels like a waste. It's really not a waste, obviously, but I kind of feel like I'm like, man, I could be doing like all this content, and I haven't. And it's driving me crazy. So, okay. Let's get a group together. I don't see, that's the thing. I don't remember any of this. There's some paragons. I know I was using like paragon. What do we have for paragon skills here? No, I don't think I want to take Goran with me. Whoa, I didn't mean to leave the whole group. Okay, well, I guess we're gonna have to redo the whole group. I definitely want to take General Morgan and Raza or Raza. I still don't know. I think it's Raza, but we want to take them with us. Acolyte Jin I had in earlier because she has incoming and stuff like that, so we'll take her with us. We definitely need a healer, so I'm gonna do Doncoro, I think, as a healer, unless I have like Elias to be set up to be a healer. Ooh, energy regeneration. He wasn't very good though. Wasn't one of these guys dying all the time? I feel like I remember something like that. A panic mesmer is kind of nice. I don't want that. I don't want that in my life. Maybe Koss. You know, Koss was like the OG of the people. And they all have like their cool new outfits. She didn't get a cool new outfit, but that's okay. He didn't either. He did. I love that Koss outfit. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I think I'm just gonna, well, let's look at what we have for equipment. I mean, it's okay. It's okay equipment. Still waiting to get some really good stuff, but that's gonna be the group. It doesn't really matter. We're, like I said, we're actually like right off the bat, we're gonna get new people. And I'm gonna be adding the new people into the group, just so you guys know. And I'm gonna not really, I'm like I said, I'm trying to get acclimated again into Guild Wars 1. I haven't done it in months now, so but yeah, anyways, so we're gonna be kind of changing. The group is gonna be changing. I'm gonna try to keep the paragons in the, like I said, I would love to have a full group of paragons, but that's not gonna happen. But I'm trying to get like as many paragons as in there as I can, right? That's a little bit of the idea as well. Because once we're using shouts, remember, the shouts are, a lot of them, when they deal with allies, so party members, there's a difference between party members and allies. Party members are people that are only in the, and you'll see it, they're only in the it's only my 8 people, my 8 NPC, me and my 7 NPCs that are with me, like my 7 heroes that are with me. Allies is anyone that's like green that's around me. Okay, so we have a lot of skills that help, like each ally right there, it says like each ally. So we have skills that affect allies, and I would like to get to that point where you know, we use all these shouts from all these paragon heroes. When we have a lot of pets, they're gonna be affected by the things that are included in allies. So once we have all these 8 pets with us, they're all going to be affected by the shout. So that's why I'm kind of trying to like a little bit of synergy there, right? So that's why we're keeping the paragon heroes in our group. So anyways, one of my precious streets has a giant hole in the middle of it. Another hole in the middle of wait, what? has a giant hole in the middle of it. Another hole in the middle of it. I don't understand. The sentence doesn't make sense. But this is a tragedy, a travesty, a disaster of epic proportions. What will the populace think? What will the emperor think? I've appropriated imperial funds to fix it, but I need someone to investigate the crack and ensure the street is safe before I hire workers. You never know what might be down there in the dirt, what with the plague and all. Will you help me? I can use my limitless monetary resources to make it worth your while, and doesn't give us any money. Interesting. All right. No money offered for doing this. I feel like the earth move under Cantha's feet. We're just gonna act like we're out in Nightfall again. It doesn't really matter. Like I said, as we journey through this, you guys will see that it doesn't really matter. Do I still have? I do. Okay, so I can summon Gridlock as well, but we're gonna be going to this thing called the chasm right here. This is the crack, right? So he just told us that, hey, there's a crack in the ground, and his precious street, for whatever reason, like this tiny house, someone probably lived there, was destroyed. So we're going to be investigating this. Before you is a massive crack in the street that leads into the earth. All right, your entire party will be moved. All right, let's explore. Tunnels below Cantha. So we just, oh, and there's earthquakes. So there's earthquakes happening, and we don't know why, right? But everything is shaking. And we're inside of, oh, we had a crocodile. That's right, we had a crocodile friend. So, Croc is here. But yeah, we're inside of the ground, right? And this is kind of where they start converging, because you do that in any continent, and you actually, for whatever reason, there's all these chasms, these holes like that are appearing in the world, and they're having you go into these holes, and then they all converge into the same thing. So it doesn't really matter where we go or what we do. We have to fight the Ampha. Remember, these were the guys in Cantha, the bandits. But look at this space. Look at the space that we walk into. You get the giant demon face. You have this like open. Obviously, I can't climb. I was pressing my 1 button to attack, and I'm like, well, that's Guild Wars 1. That's not Guild Wars 2. So. But yeah, anyways, so we're here, you guys. We're here. We're journeying to the Eye of the North expansion, and it's a good time. My group isn't that great, but that's fine. We don't really care. We're doing okay. I mean, we're not the greatest, but at least we have 8 people with us. Otherwise, we would be without 8 people. I'm gonna be collecting all the items and all the things because I want money. But yeah, so we're inside of this is inside of Tyria, like down, like look at that, it's so cool, it's so badass with all these candles. But yeah, so Ampha are the criminals, right? The criminals that are hanging out in Cantha, but it's not this way. I'm going the wrong way. There we go. And so, just so you guys know, and as I journey through this, I just want to preface this. Oh, we can actually do that while I'm fighting, so then that way we can get that done. But there's a reason why a lot of people are asking for like an underground expansion. As we go through Eye of the North and the dungeons in Eye of the North, we're gonna see a lot of the underground of Guild War, or of the Guild Wars world of Tyria. We're gonna see a lot of underground Tyria, and this is where a lot of the, you know, for some people that are only Guild Wars 2 players that never played Guild Wars 1, you might not quite understand the drive from people saying that, hey, I want an underground, I want a certain expansion, I want to go blah 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 blah. It's because of what we're going to be seeing in this expansion. This expansion shows you a lot of dungeons underground, a lot of areas like right now, all of this, right? And people want to see this in Guild Wars 2. It's really, really cool. We've seen a lot of these things. If you guys remember, a few months back we did the map. We went through the map of like all the different maps of Guild Wars 1. Okay, they're stuck. Attack that guy then. He's right in front of you. And then once you have killed him, you can attack the healer. Perfect. But yeah, so we saw a lot of the things already, right? Because we went through all the maps, but the dungeon maps, it's a little bit different because you don't really get the feel of like the whole spelunking and like going through these like secret old tunnels that are like ancient civilization kind of thing, right? Like when you look at just the maps, you know. But as you venture through them, you guys will kind of see, you guys will kind of understand. So we have like the mural of Duena here. We have these like snake-like pillars and stuff. There's earthquakes still going on, just so you guys know. Earthquakes still rattling the Tyrian world here. Yeah, and we get like these are the Kurziks. These are like images of Kurziks, like really strange. Why we have these like weird murals of Kurziks and Duena here. And I don't know if this is different based on which expansion you come from. I don't think so, but it could be. I'm not sure. There's a very interesting mural of a destroyer. Then we have more holes in the walls. I don't think this even leads anywhere. I think it just leads to like a door, I want to say. Is that right? Yeah, it's just a door that's closed that we can't open. We can't open the door. No door to open, or the door we can't open. Then we get this golden statue of Melandru, which is awesome. You know, this is a very, I mean, this is what all the statues in Guild Wars 1 of Melandru look like, but it's just golden. It's never been golden. We come to a giant gate that's closed. And then the only path is through these, through this. This is very like, this is like very, very like never-ending story when he has to pass through that gate and they have like the eye lasers. It's very much like that. Not that we're gonna have to experience that, but anyways. So here we are. I don't know if the in-game sound is loud enough. I'm gonna kind of, because we're gonna get some dialogue and stuff, I'm gonna up it. If it's too loud, let me know. But I'm gonna just kind of, we have some stuff coming here. All right, we have some characters here. We have some dwarven characters: Boral, Iron Fist, and Kodan. Kodan? I mean, he's like spelled like the Kodan from old. The Grey Dwarf protect you. Yeah, I think we definitely need some more. I don't know. I don't know if it's too loud. I'm sorry, but so you guys will kind of maybe recognize a very familiar name, Ogden Stonehealer. We have Dwarven Demolitionist, Vec, and Borvarel. Anyways, so they're hanging out. So let's see what they're up to.
All right, you lot, pick up the pace. Take all the kegs you can. We're going to need them. And find Vec. We need him to open the gate out of here.
What's going on?
Where did you come from?
Are those explosives? There's a city above us.
I know there's a... Hang on. Vec, there you are.
We've got trouble, Ogden.
You get the gate working. We'll handle the trouble.
It's not that easy. The destroyers have completely overrun the central transfer chamber.
Blast! If the chamber is captured, there's no way back.
Wait. The quakes have opened up other passages. There should be another way out.
The book is right. There is another gate not far from here, but the destroyers are right behind me.
You'd best be coming with us. If we're split up, the destroyers will eat us alive.
What are these destroyers? For that matter, what are you?
Me? Right now, I'm your best hope of getting out of here alive, Booker.
We can chat later. We're going to need your help if we're going to reach that gate. Everyone, ready to move out! There are destroyers coming! Never mind, they're here!
Alright. So we're getting introduced, we're getting thrown right into what's going on, right? We were supposed to inspect this, this area. So there's destroyers coming, you guys can kind of see it. There is a gate back there and it's destroyed. But there's destroyers coming and we all have to run now. So I'm technically not supposed to be stopping because there's destroyers coming. You get this really cool, this is the Eye of the North overture that you're hearing. I'm gonna lower that a little bit because I felt like the music, the dialogue I went up and the music was like way louder than the characters. So there's more destroyers coming. We cannot kill these guys. They're very, very powerful. But we have to run. So we have to, the gate, this was the gate that was closed. And we have to run through, which is really kind of interesting. So we see this like emerald hanging out over here. It's like Sonic. Looks like a Sonic emerald over here. But we run past. We don't have time to explore. There's more coming. There's more destroyers. Some of my group is probably going to die. I don't know if they're going to die. We're pretty fast. We have fallback and stuff. We have some really good speed on us. But yeah, there's all these passages, all these doorways that we can't go through, right? That's part of the mystery of like what's underneath Tyria, right? Like what's there to explore and stuff, because we're not going through any of these other passages, right? And we have the gods over here. We have some other mural. I don't even know what that is. Is that an armor or something? It looks like a person. I don't know. We're going through. We're running, and there's a gate. So Vex says, the gate. Go through the gate. It's that big purple glowing thing. So these are the early Asuran gates, Asuran portal gates. Okay, they look more like stargates, really, from like, you know, a very, very early 2000s. You know, it's not that pressing. I mean, these guys are going to be coming. They're going to kill me if I don't run. But there's more passages that lead to other places. But anyways, so we run through. All right. So, you know, us having to explore the streets of Cantha lead to this. Here we are. Into the north. I love how we like walk from the other side through the portal. It's kind of weird. It's not really how that's supposed to work, but that's fine.
Vec, disable that gate. Everyone else, set up a perimeter.
Where are we?
The far Shiver Peaks. More importantly, we're away from the destroyers.
There are few dwarves up here. Mostly scouts or Stone Summit exiles. Hold on. No one move.
What's wrong?
They're called the Norn. They're big, tough, and very, very bad-tempered. We may have to fight our way out.
Your friend is half right. Not many dwarves come up here. Or humans, for that matter.
There are humans up here, then?
Yes. If you survive long enough, you may meet them. But do not worry. You don't have to fight me. I am hunting bigger prey than you.
Where do we go from here, Ogden?
We go the only way we can go. Forward.
All right. So we, you know, again, we're kind of thrown into this whole thing. So we have Vec. Vec is young by Asuran standards, but is unequaled in his knowledge of the Asura gate network. He's skilled with magic and more than willing to risk his life and yours to keep his people safe. So this is Vec, Asuran guy, right here, I think. And then Ogden. Ogden is a follower of the Great Dwarf. He has studied the ancient prophecies of the end times of his people, and he believes the apocalyptic battle between the Great Dwarf and the Great Destroyer draws near. A capable monk devoted to the core, he is determined to see the Destroyer threat eliminated at all costs. So these are the two heroes that have now joined us. We're going to be getting all these different heroes. So we get introduced to the Asura, with the only one that we know right now is Vec. So
Interesting.
we're gonna ask him a little bit about him, but this was our first look in Guild Wars 1 as like, this is what the Asura look like, right? Which we can recreate the way that Vec looks. He's an elementalist. He kind of uses air magic, which I think I'm gonna keep him at doing that. We're gonna add him in a second. And we have Ogden. He's a monk, and we're gonna keep him a monk as well. Or like, you know, obviously I can't change their professions, but he's a healing monk, which I'm gonna keep. So disabling the gate, I guess, meant for Vec to just blow it up, so the gate isn't working. But we're here, guys. We're in the far Shiver Peaks, one of my favorite places in all of Guild Wars. Not so much in Guild Wars 2, but in Guild Wars 1. There's a lot of really cool places in the far Shiver Peaks. We're gonna see a lot of really cool stuff. So there's a lot. Okay, but yeah, here we are. We're at Boreal Station. We get this iconic music. It's very cool. So this Borvoral guy becomes a merchant. We have some other guys. We have the Boral Iron Fist, Arcor Leadfoot. Arcor Leadfoot is actually interesting. There's gonna be Did You Know that I'm gonna make at some point, where we're gonna talk about him because he actually his name does appear in Guild Wars 2 in an interesting way, but he's just this weapon guy, right? So if I finish the training with Boral, I can get a weapon from this guy. I'm not gonna do the training because we've done the hero training before, and I really don't care to do it again. It's really boring. It's pretty much just like, here, you can move your heroes around. Thanks, cool. But this is so, you know, as always, you have henchmen available to you, right? Every outpost has henchmen available, and this is the plethora of henchmen. This is like an amalgamation of all the different the different regions heroes all crammed into one, right? So you have your main guys, as always. Remember, these were the main guys that, which is weird that they add Lena, because Lena wasn't part of that, but these 5 were the main guys from Guild Wars 1 that kind of journeyed around, right? It's Menlo, and Sin is like in love with him, and Eve is the necromancer, and Aiden is there, and Devona being the leader of the group and stuff, right? Like, these are the main guys of that we kind of journey with through prophecies, right? They're kind of there. And then you get a couple of heroes from other places. So we have Losha from Cantha, we have Zhou and Talon from these 3 are all from Cantha, and then we only get 1 from Nightfall, which is Herda. It's interesting that we only got 1. I don't know if that changes. I think we might see some other henchmen here or there. I don't think this is this might be just the set that we get as we go through. We're not going to use any of them anyways, but yeah, so we get this really cool, like, really cool cave that we're in, with these things we're going to see a lot of. But yeah, so here we are, and we are, and then we also get introduced to Jorah, which is a very famous, very famous, Norn, right? So when we talk about Jorah and we talk about the Norn, you know, Jorah is, you know, like Sons of Svanir, right? Like, her brother is Svanir. So, like, the Sons of Svanir are these followers of Svanir who, you know, we'll learn about him as we go through the expansion here. But, you know, Svanir was this one of the Norn that was influenced by Jormag, right? And we didn't know Jormag by name. We didn't know really what, you know, what was going on at the time. But now that we've played through Icebrood Saga and we've seen all these things, it's super interesting to kind of like find out all these things and kind of like it's like this weird retrospective that we have on all of these things happening. So Jorah, right, the Javi, remember, Javi is the leader of the Vigil in Guild Wars 2, and she is a descendant of Jorah. She actually says that in, I think it's during the meta when you fight Drakkar. She actually says she's like, I'm a descendant of Jorah, and I was born to undo your magic, or something is what she says, right? And yeah, so we have all these great connections to Guild Wars 2 already, right? Where we have, like, oh my god, there's Ogden Stonehealer, not as a stone dwarf, right? He's in flesh and blood. Right here is Ogden. We have Vec, who is very influential. He does get mentioned every so often. He's probably more, which is very surprising, because there's a lot of Asuran characters from Guild Wars 1 that they talk about in Guild Wars 2, and you would think that Vec would be one of the more ones that you kind of hear about, but he's actually one of the, like, they do mention him. There's, like, certain places and certain things where they mention him, but he actually kind of falls behind some of the other more prominent characters, which some of them we might meet as we go through. But yeah, so we get all these amazing connections, right? Like Jorah, which there's like statues of Jorah in the early parts of the Norn like areas and stuff like that, you know, like Wayfarer Foothills and stuff like that. So it's really cool already getting all these connections, and it's really cool seeing people actually play the game. It's really, really nice. So let's kind of talk to Vec about the.
Interesting.
Trust me, Vec is the answer to all your problems. What are you anyway? I belong to a powerful race, the Asura. We're gifted spell crafters, scholamancers, and mage workers, superior to all races. My people lived in the depths, but we were driven to the surface by the destroyers. So much knowledge lost. The bulk of my people now make their homes along the Tarnished Coast. Okay, so Tarnished Coast, just so you guys know, is down here. So we're gonna be, obviously we're not gonna go on foot from here to there. We actually have, as you guys can see, Asuran gates now. Okay, so we're gonna be traveling at some point. We're gonna be going to the Tarnished Coast, and we're gonna find the Asuran people, right? But this is where they, in Guild Wars 2, they make their home here as well, right? We have like Radasum like right over here in Guild Wars 2, right, with the Grove like over here, and that is where they, you know, they came to the surface around here, and they settled here right away, and they've been there since they were chased from the depths by the destroyers, right? And just so you guys know, this will all come up in my regional lore videos where we talk about that, in the Tarnished Coast part of that. We do talk about that, so just look forward to that, to get some details, get some pictures, get some more, you know, in-depth, like, you know, kind of knowledge thing that should be coming out, you know, at some point soon. I'm very excited about that. So, but anywho, so what are these gates? So for Guild Wars 1 characters, this is the first time that we're introduced to certain gates. In Guild Wars 2, like, certain gates are like whatever, right? Like everyone uses them, it's a common thing, right? But this is the first time we've seen these gates. So what are these gates? Ah, you like them? We travel through the depths with them. Betas having betas, like, why did I read betas like dyslexic over here? Beats having to carve out miles of tunnels, don't you think? They teleport you to a predetermined destination through another Asura gate. Most of them are tuned to the central transfer chamber. But when we lost that, the entire network was compromised. A few gates do not tie back to the chamber, mostly to small backwater places like your homeland. Those are still safe, at least for the moment. Okay, so in Guild Wars 1 times, most of the gates led to the central transfer chamber. It's almost like this hub, right? Where and that's why they call it central transfer chamber, because it's almost like you would get on a bus and it would take you to the like central bus stop where all the buses go to, right? And you can get like a connecting bus to like somewhere else, right? And it's the same kind of thing. You take a gate to the central transfer chamber, and from there you can pick any destination you want to go to, and you just go through the gate and you can be miles, you know, somewhere else on a different continent. But now that has been compromised, it's been overrun by the destroyers. We don't know really the situations with it. We just know the destroyers are attacking. We kind of know that they might be the cause of like these earthquakes that are happening and these like different passages that are opening up, but we don't really know what's going on yet. We know that we have to fight them, but we don't really know the like what's the actual drive, what's the plot here, you know? We don't really know. We're kind of thrown into this, and we're kind of like we're getting like dragged along by our hands and feet, like, all right, let's go, you're coming with us, you know? Okay, let's talk about something else. What are these gates? What are you anyways? Okay, so that's all the info we get. Let's talk to Ogden. We must prepare. The end times are coming. Every dwarf must do his duty. What are these destroyers? The destroyers are fiendish creatures from the very heart of the depths, mindless beings who exist only to destroy life. They've already consumed the Asuran homeland and toppled countless civilizations. Should they reach the surface, they will do the same to every living thing: human, centaur, dwarf, char, everyone. What should we do? The destroyers are dangerously close to the surface, and we dwarfs have too few to keep them contained for long. We must rally together an army of allies to repel the threat and pound these beasts into submission. That warlike Norn who restrained herself from fighting us could prove a useful ally for recruiting an army. Okay, so we are learning about the destroyers are coming to kind of attack the surface. They're coming from the depths. Okay, we know already that they're coming from the depths to the heart of Tyria, from the like deep within the planet. And they're coming to the surface. they, and they have driven out the Asura, who are underground dwellers, and they're driving all of these creatures to the surface, and on the way themselves to go to the surface to attack the surface. And we, Ogden's idea is to build an army to fight them, because he says that, probably, I'm guessing, past this, remember, in Guild Wars 1 we had a civil war, right? Civil war between the Deldermore dwarves and the Stone Summit dwarves, right? And they were fighting each other. And past that, right, he talked earlier about how in the far Shiver Peaks, right, not many dwarves come out here, because the dwarves are mostly in the central Shiver Peaks, not as much either. There's a lot of them, but not that many. Most of them really, I think, reside in the southern Shiver Peaks, right? This is where like Thunderhead Peak is, Thunderhead Keep really, and then Drachnar's Forge down here and stuff like that. So most of them kind of keep like to the southern part of the Shiver Peaks. So not many come out here, but he says there's Stone Summit exiles. So remember, it was the Stone Summit and the Deldermore dwarves that were fighting each other, and they kind of, after the Civil War, probably lost a big chunk of numbers of people. Okay, like they lost a lot of people, and they don't have like a giant army anymore right now to pretty much defeat these destroyers. So he's saying, let's band together different races. Let's tell them all about these destroyers coming. And he says the Norn, they're a powerful race, and we just met one, and maybe she can become an ally, and maybe we can get her on our side to help us, and maybe she can help us rally the Norn, so that we can have them join us, right? Like this race of like big, brutal, like barbarian guys, like, maybe we can have them all in our team. So that's where we are at. So and then we're like, okay, where can we go? And they say, well, forward. Okay, well, let's just leave. Let's just journey through and see what's going on, what we're doing here. Okay, like we need to find, I guess we need to find a way, like I guess if I were to put it in terms of like what are we doing now, like mission wise, like we have to find some way to be able to rally. Like we have to have a rally point somewhere where we can really say, okay, this is our base of operations from which to gain allies against the destroyers. So we just leave the cave and we find out what's out here. So we're in the Ice Cliff Chasms, which is a beautiful area. I really love this area. All right, and we see Jorah, Olaf Olofsson, and Sif Shadowhunter, which are all characters that are gonna appear in the story as we go through. But we just met Jorah, and then we have these other two guys, and we go over there. Okay, and let's see what they have to say. All right, so Olaf says, looks like young Jorah has recruited help in her hunt. Not very Norn of you, Jorah, letting humans bail you out. There is nothing wrong with accepting help, especially if one cannot become the bear. Come, Olaf, leave her to her challenge. And they transform into bears. These are other Norn, right? And they transform into bears, and they go on their way to do whatever it is they're like hunting or whatever they're doing, right? Doing Norn things. And they journey into the Boreal Station, whatever they're doing there. Maybe they're on a hunt or something, right? But yeah, so we get a little bit of like, okay, what's going on, right? Like, becoming the bear was a big thing for the Norn. So for those of you, again, that have only played Guild Wars 2, in Guild Wars 1, they couldn't transform into all the different animals. They could only transform into the bear. That was like the main thing, right? They couldn't become raven. They couldn't become snow leopard. They could become bear. Okay, that was the thing. That was like their big thing in Guild Wars 1. So they transformed into the bears, and Sif Shadowhunter just said, oh, there's nothing wrong with accepting, and you guys can't really read that. I could move it. I'm not going to move it. I'm gonna just read it to you guys. But she says there's nothing wrong with accepting help, especially if one cannot become the bear. So they're hinting at Jorah cannot become the bear. Like, what's going on? So let's talk to Jorah.
Yeah, hey there.
And she says, by the claws of the bear spirit, I vow to regain my honor. Sorry, did you say something? Who are the Norn? So we're kind of asking, like, with Ogden, we know who the dwarves are, right? We play through prophecies. We dealt with the Civil War. We kind of know a little bit of their history. We understand, you know, King Jalis Ironhammer is their leader, blah, 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 all these things. We know all this, right? But we learned from Vec about the Usura because we don't know them, right? And then now we were introduced to another race, the Norn, who are like these tall, brutish human-looking things, right? And let's learn a little bit about them. The Norn are a powerful and proud people. We make our homes in these icy climes and hunt the creatures of the mountains. We live for today and rely only on ourselves, for who knows what tomorrow will bring or when friend will become foe. When you meet a Norn, be prepared for battle. Most will wish to test your mettle before speaking to you as an equal. Not I, though. I'm hunting bigger prey. So she kind of gives us, there's actually like a little bit, I'm going to kind of move these guys over because they're just irritating me with their little whatever they're doing. So she kind of tells us a little bit about the Norn, about how we have to fight them in order to kind of talk to them again. And that's actually a mechanic that we're going to see. We're going to be seeing these hunters all throughout the mountains. And they, you know, they kind of have like this thing where when you talk to them, they're like, okay, well, I don't really care what you have to say because you look weak. And then you have to prove your strength to them. And then they're just like, oh, okay, you're really powerful, you can talk to me, right? Which is kind of setting up this whole Norn really, like, they only care about, like, physical strength, like, that's, like, one of their main things, right? So, did those Norn just turn into bears? You mean Olaf and Sif? They're highly regarded among the Norn for their prowess, and favored by the bear spirit. Bear has granted them the power to take her favored form. The better to hunt and survive, the better to hunt and survive here. I guess I don't know. The better to hunt and survive here. Someday I shall regain that favor as well. What is the Eye of the North? I'm not sure why we're asking this. Did this come up? Oh, I guess I did. Did I read that part? Olaf, Jorah says, Olaf and Sif are both right. I thank you for your help, but this is my hunt, my responsibility. Go your way. So she talks about how there's bigger prey and she has her own hunt, and both Olaf and Sif are like, oh, you're asking for other people to help you out? You're asking for like humans to help you and stuff? That's kind of cute, you know, even if you can't become the bear, I guess that's probably the best alternative. And she's just like, Jorah is trying to be like very proud and saying like, no, I don't need any help. But you guys should go north. You will find your kind there. And then we ask about the Eye of the North. It's interesting because no one has mentioned it, but apparently we know about the Eye of the North. What is the Eye of the North? To the north of Boreal Station, a huge structure reaches toward the sky. You cannot miss it. It has been there since before the Norn first came to these mountains. We always avoided it. Humans, though, are less wise. A group of them, the Ebon Vanguard, have made it their home. If you seek other humans, you should go there. Okay, so we get info. Just north of here is the Eye of the North, and apparently humans are there. So we've heard about the humans being here in the mountains, but we didn't know exactly where. But we now know that the Ebon Vanguard, which remember the Vanguard was a part of the Ascalonian military fighting the Char, right? The Vanguard. I think we were even were we part of the Vanguard? I don't remember, but Vanguard troops were like Ascalonian troops. So we have the Ebon Vanguard, which is like another specific type of the Ascalonian troop, and they're here. They're in the mountains. So we're like, oh, okay, cool. We got you know, dragged along by our hands and feet into this plot of like all these other races, but like what about the humans, right? Because again, in Guild Wars 1, humans were the predominant species on Tyria, right? Like humans were the ones that kind of controlled at least Central Tyria, right? Central Tyria and Cantha and Ilona, right? Like mainly human, right? So it's like, okay, well, where are the humans here? Are there humans here? Like, can we? So apparently they're there. All right. So
what is your business?
So let's say against the destroyers. If you seek help, there are other humans at the Eye of the North.
How can I help you?
Okay. So let's go to the Eye of the North. There's a polar bear here. We could get this as a pet as well. I didn't add this as an option, but I can show you guys at least. So there's a polar bear here. you know, if I get screamed at for like we want polar bear, then I'll do polar bear. But for now, I don't even know. I haven't even looked at the poll. I don't even know if anyone had no one else has voted. So we're doing iguana right now. But anyways, so we're moving on. I really love this map a lot. And this is really cool. So we have worms here. We have snow worms. Not super common in Guild Wars 1, but in Guild Wars 2 we have worms everywhere, like ice worms in the snowy mountains, and in Ascalon we have like worms and stuff. Way less common in Guild Wars 1. This is also so weird. So I always thought, you guys can kind of see it, so this path kind of winds around here, but there's actually a bridge here. Up until like, I don't know, 4 years ago, I didn't even know this bridge existed. I literally didn't understand or didn't know that there was a bridge. I would always walk around. I mean, it's not like it's a big detour to go around this way, but I never realized that this was a little bridge here, that there was a little bridge here that we could go over. Hi, Mish King, how are ya? Hello, governor. Hello, governor. I have a terrible English accent. Let's not even try. Alright, anyways, we're here. Nothing down there. We can't get on our sky scale and go somewhere. Ooh, we have a mountain aloe. It's good for your skin. Alright. We have a Nidbigjorg. We have a mountain eagle. So here's one of the first animals that is on the list of choices for animals that we can get. So let's have a look at this mountain eagle. Oh my god, can you get it out? So this is one of the options that we have. Big old bird. He's really cool. He's only level 5, meaning that 15 levels, they grow. He grows even larger than what he is now. Like, he grows massive. He's huge. That's why I really like him. He's really good. He's really good. He's really big. All right, so let's talk to this guy. He said, what am I doing out here? Hunting, of course. If you're not a great hunter, you'll never be respected by my people. How can I be part of the hunt? Impress me in battle, then we talk. All right, let's attack. Yeah, attack. All right, he transforms into a bear, and we have to show him that we're mighty warriors. Boom, and we get him down to 25% health. And, oh, unfortunately, we attacked the mountain eagle, and he's dead. I'm sorry.
Are you hunting?
What am I doing out here? Hunting, of course. Okay, how can I be part of the hunt? There's plenty of fighting to go around, human. You'll get your chance right now. Sure, I'll kill some monsters. So, in Eye of the North, you can get favor with all of the different new races, right? You can get favor, or not different races, but different factions and races. So there's the Norn, there's the Dwarfs, there's the Asura, right? These are all like the different races. But then we also have the Ebon Vanguard and stuff that you can get favor in. And I talked about the PvE skills that we're going to get. The PvE skills are based on these different factions and peoples and stuff like that. And the higher you are in their rank, the better the skills are. So when we go talk to these guys, we always want to get these these blessings, right? Where we can earn, and you can see it right there. It says blessing. Earn 1 Norn reputation point for each creature your party slays in this area. After 25 kills, you receive a random bonus. And you'll get random things like extra health for a limited time, or more kills for a limited time, or whatever. Like different things like that. Gotta get rid of that R first of all to do British P? What is the P for? Well, because the New Year Festival is going on in Guild Wars Sunday, you could get the strongest DPS pet, the Racing Beetle. Yeah, I could get the Beetle, but I don't want to do the Beetle. I think the Beetle is weird. I mean, it's a cool pet and all, but yeah, anyways. So we were down there, by the way. We kind of looped around, as you guys can see. We kind of walked up there, went across that bridge over there. But that's where the Boreal Station is. But then we go across here. We keep going. Okay, we have an avalanche here. Avalanche enemy. And we have some mountain pine soul. But yeah, Lunar New Year is going on in Guild Wars 1 as well. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do that pet though. They're kind of annoying too. The racing beetle. Can't see it yet. It'll be, I think it's around the corner, isn't it? Kind of weird because they do this really interesting like reveal thing, because when you go over here you'd think that you'd be able to see it. Do you see it over here? Can I see the Eye of the North with the extra like draw distance? But no, they have it like perfectly located to the point where you can't see any of the, you can't see the Eye of the North at all. But it is coming up, just so you guys. Currently about to finish up season 4 on my new character and go. So nice, that's fun. Season 4 was great. We do love season 4. Let's go for the aloe here, please. The aloe is healing, and we don't want that. Mountain root. Like I said, I'm gonna collect everything. I'm gonna sell everything just to make as much money as I can. Oh my goodness. Right. So you will be able to track this as well. As you guys know, these are our titles that we have here, right? And there are going to be new titles on there now. So we have the this is the Norn titles right here. Slayer of Imps, once you have earned 1,000 Norn reputation. So we're gonna see that, and there's a bunch of other ones as well. Also got another new mouse because my other one died. Nice. Never did female Norn this far before. Really enjoying. I think the female Norn voice is really, really cool. Oh, there's the Eye of the North. It's very majestic. Like as you come around the hill here, and you see that, it's like, whoa, okay. So there you go. You see that a little bit.
Never anger a Norn.
All right, impress me in battle, then we can talk. So as we find these scouts out here, these people at the resurrection shrines, we can get. So anytime I get 25 kills, with the party, I don't just get a random bonus. I also get something from them. I can go talk to them, and they will give me a bonus on top of the bonus that I automatically get. So it's really cool. So as we get 25 kills, we want to talk to whoever you know, we come across. Because they only want to, I think they only want to fight once. I don't know if that's for like ever. I don't really remember, but anyway, so here's the Eye of the North. We have some mandragores, which are like the worst enemies ever. But yeah, so here's the Eye of the North. In Guild Wars 2, we don't get to see it we don't get to see the outside of it. This is the outside of the Eye of the North. Reaches really far. Looks like it's broken off at the top. Looks like something destroyed it at the top. We get this like really cool like moon shot here as well. But yeah, it's very interesting, right? Like, you know, the mystery of like, what is the Eye of the North really for? So Angie? What's Angie? Angie? Unless it's a term that I don't know what it means. We got some polar bears here. And there's a lake, frozen lake. It's a frozen lake. It's a frozen lake right outside the Eye of the North. All right, let's go to the Eye of the North. Humans are here, so let's find out what's going on. We have a little angry. Oh, so angry when fighting Krokotoric? Yeah, I know. Oh, is she really? Does she do a good job with that? Arrival at the Eye.
This is impressive, even by Asuran standards.
No dwarves made this. Is it human-built?
No. This was put here by something more powerful than men.
Still, we may find your people here. There may be a way to contact ours.
True. King Jalus would want us to gather what allies we can to fight the destroyers.
Watch out!
Don't move.
What's your business here?
We were told there were humans here.
This is the Eye of the North. Again, what is your business?
We're adventurers from the south.
I was from the south. From Ascalon.
We're seeking a place of safety.
Safe places are few and far between in the north. You're welcome to stay here. The Ebon Vanguard protects this place, but most of my fellow soldiers are away. I command in Captain Langmar's absence. My name is Gwen.
All right, and we get teleported to the Eye of the North. So, for those of you that only play Guild Wars 2, you will know this is a very familiar location. This is the Eye of the North in Guild Wars 1, with the Junlai chests here, all the merchants around. We still have the same hero, same henchmen and stuff. Do they say anything specific? Oh, you can actually talk to them. I'm your guide. Okay. We'll talk to these guys in a minute, but yeah. So here we are, the Eye of the North, and they're the chamber where Oreen sits in Guild Wars 1 or Guild Wars 2 was back there. But yeah, so we get this, and this was crazy. So just so you guys know, again, for those of you that didn't play Guild Wars 1, that were not Gwen, yes. I swear I fought similar creatures to what you're fighting right now in ESO. Oh, yeah, like the spirits, the little spirits that were out there. Yeah, there's similar ones in ESO. The spirits the ghosts in ESO look like that, or like in Elder Scrolls games, they kind of look like that, don't they? They look like how the wisps looked out there. Literally just saw her in Guild Wars season 4. Yeah, so this was a huge thing for people. So obviously there's a connection to Guild Wars 2 because we learn how Gwen is, right? Like Gwen is the ancestor to, Logan. Blah blah blah. We learn all that, right? But this was even for people that didn't play Guild Wars 1. Like this was a huge thing for even Guild Wars 1 players because Gwen is a character, and you guys might remember her. It's been like so much, like over a year now since I played Guild Wars Prophecies or whatever, but I'm pretty sure in the playthrough we kind of talked to Gwen a little bit. Gwen was the little girl, if you guys remember, way early on in our playthrough of Guild Wars Prophecies, the first Guild Wars game. We were in pre-searing Ascalon, right? And there was the little girl that would hang out with us, right? That was kind of like outside the gates of Ascalon. If you guys didn't see her, she does pop up in the cinematic between pre-searing and post-searing. She's there, but that little girl is Gwen, right? So when the people that didn't really know, like, that when you played like Eye of the North or whatever, like the reveal of like, oh my god, Gwen's here, like this is Gwen, this is the Gwen from like the little girl from way back when, right? Like it was such a great moment, because and I think that's where the little pause comes from in her dialogue, where she's like, you're more than welcome to stay here. I command in, Captain Langmar's absence. And then there's a pause and she's like, my name is Gwen, right? It's like this like little buildup of like, who is this character, But yeah, so we meet the Ebon Vanguard. We meet the we meet the leader of the Ebon Vanguard currently, because Captain Langmar is gone. Apparently they're doing, these are Ascalonian forces and they're fighting the Char out here, which we'll find out in a minute about. So remember her as Flute Girl? Yeah, I mean, Flute Girl and Cape Girl, because you have to, like, buy her a cape or whatever. So you can buy her a cape and she runs around, and you can find her, like, broken flute later and her tethered cape and stuff like that. Like, you can find all that stuff, later on. But yeah, so here we are at the Eye of the North. It's also really interesting that they talk about, it's something that I think they talk about this in Guild Wars 2 as well, is about the Eye of the North itself. Because the Eye of the North is a mystery still, right? Like I've done a theory, this is like years ago now that I've done this theory, before Secrets of the Obscure came out, which was like, that was last year. So like a year and a half ago, I've made these theories or whatever. But we kind of talk about like what is the Eye of the North, and they talk about these different, we have the Beacon of Ages, right? And then we have the tower in Guild Wars 2 in Ascalon, where they talk about these different towers, like the Beacon of Ages and this tower in Ascalon. These are all like part of this network that are like keeping up this like shield or whatever, right? They never really delve deep into that, but I always imagined, you know, after Secrets of the Obscure came out, that the Eye of the North is part of that network, perhaps, right? Like, it's this mysterious structure that no one knows who built it. And before Secrets of the Obscure came out, I had a theory that maybe the Astral Ward built it, right? Like, maybe the Astral Ward had built this. You know, maybe it's like the Bastion of the Penitent, right? Which is like, was part of Omnitas and it was dropped here or whatever, right? Like, you know, what there seems to be some kind of purpose to the Eye of the North, which has been lost to time, but we also don't know anything about its history. When is a bard? I mean, I think there's so much precedence to having, like, I hate that for End of Dragons that they called the Mesmer specialization Virtuoso, which you know is a music based name, right? When there's really nothing, like, yeah, you call it Blade Songs or whatever, right? Like which are your like F abilities or whatever, but there's nothing musically, there's no music that's involved. They only did that because of the Kurzigs, who have the history in musical things, right? They like talk about singing to the forever trees and all these things, right? But like you know, it's like I would really love to see one day an actual Mesmer elite specialization that's a bard, right? And I don't want to see a longbow bard, because I hate the idea of using a longbow as a like harp instrument or whatever for a bard or whatever. Like, I think that's stupid. While it does work in some fantasy or whatever, like I would love to see a war horn. Like, I want them to be like a war horn, and then you can get like a really cool flute skin or something for the war horn and have the music come from that way, and get like a musical offhand. I don't know, I would love to see that. But anyways, so here we are. So we get to learn a little bit about the we have the artificer Molenix. You must be adventurers from the south, Gwen told me about. She's waiting for you in the Hall of Monuments at the Rio of the Eye.
Are you still here?
Alright, so hails to be a Master Raleigh. Ascalon needs the help of any willing hand we can, and if you lend your skills to the cause, your reputation will increase among the Ebon Vanguard. Warhorn or mace. Shillelagh? What the hell is a shillelagh? Shillelagh? I don't know what that is. Why does a mace have to do with what does a mace have to do with music? Like, I feel like there's a point that I'm missing. Is what I'm saying. Alright. More if you provide me with written evidence of what you have done in Ascalon's name. I'll tell other members of the Vanguard about your glorious deeds. If you increase your reputation enough, you can even earn hero skill points, which you can spend to teach your... I like a cane you bop people with? But why is that musically... What does that have to do with music? I don't know how to... I'm gonna learn how to pronounce this thing now. This... I completely messed that up. To pronounce the... Yes, this. And I want to know how to pronounce that. How do you pronounce that? Shillelagh? Shillelagh?
Shillelagh.
Shillelagh. Okay, cool. A shillelagh. What's a shillelagh? Is a shillelagh. Shillelagh? Is a wooden walking stick and club or cudgel. Typical, made from a stout, knotty blackthorn stick with a large knob at the top. It is associated with Ireland and Irish folklore. Where does the music come in? Or you just want to see that as an elite spec? We're not talking about music. It's a musical thing. Oh, I see. Okay, so it's a musical thing Irish people carry on stage shows. Interesting. I don't know if I would like that too much, because I'm missing, like, I need something musically. Like, there's nothing musical about having that, you know what I mean? I don't know, but because I'm thinking like Warhorn as well. Like we have the microphone skin that we got during Icewood Saga, in the prologue of Icewood Saga, right? And like that would be so cool. Like if you have someone like actually like screaming into the microphone, like musically, like you could actually have like a singer. You could actually have like them singing or something. Oh my goodness. Or Ascalon, how exactly do I increase my reputation though? Anytime you see members of the Ebon Vanguard, offer to lend them assistance. We all have to pull together if we're ever going to defeat the Char. Helping out the Vanguard reserves those members who remain behind to safeguard the Eye of the North is especially useful. Also, keep notes. Written evidence of your deeds goes a long way toward improving your reputation around here. Believe me, written evidence. I'd best explain that later. Gwen wants you to meet her in the Hall of Monuments straight away, and I don't want to be the one to delay you. She's young, but she's not to be trifled with. All right, she's the leader here. So we have all these like troops that are all like merchants and stuff. They're staying behind. Yeah. So. Also, Mace is 3 skills and has a lot of offhand options, but I guess one has sword, axe, dagger, scepter. Warren has sword, axe, dagger, scepter. So, I don't know. I don't think we're gonna see another elite specialization though. So. I really truly don't think we're ever gonna see another elite specialization. Let's actually talk to these guys. Before we do that, let's kind of talk. So Talon, remember he's from Kanthas. Let's see what he has to say. My people tell tales of the day when we will be free, when our lands will be revealed by a heavenly star and rise. When that day comes, only then will our races live in peace. It's so weird. When our lands will be revealed by a heavenly star and rise. This is really crazy, and I need to take a screenshot of this because I'm not going to talk about this, but this is actually really interesting. So I'm just gonna. There's nothing really to talk about right now that's important. Hail, friend! I'm glad to have you by my side up here. The Norn are colder than snow. All right. Can you believe these Norn? I swear, some days I can't decide if they're the best allies we have or the best Tinder. It's really morbid, lady. The lands north of Ascalon are colder than I thought, frigid with snow and ice, but the warm companionship of new friends makes it comfortable. I could get used to these Norn. Okay, Lena. The first thing you notice about me is that I'm fabulous, the second that I'm winning, and the third is that you no longer have time to notice anything at all. Okay. Don't bother introducing yourself. I can tell from the cut of your clothes where you're from, right down to the street name. You're the hero, right? See? I'm amazing. Alright, Losha. You wouldn't imagine I'd be the one to volunteer for this task. I'm a Sunspear. I come from Alona. I volunteered to help. Remind me to read the fine print next time. She was the one that was like kind of annoyed to be having to do all these things in the sun. She was trying to like live this easy life. I admire creatures who live in these cold mountains, monsters everywhere, little food, and every night they go to sleep wondering if they'll freeze to death. It's not their bravery I admire, it's the constant supplies of corpses. I once called the Shivery Mountains home. Ooh, we get a little bit of background from Aiden. When I look upon them now, I can only think of how small the world really is. There's so much we have yet to accomplish. Hail, are you the traveler they speak of? I'm your guide. I was taught the ways of the wilderness since I was a child. You'll find no better. Scepter is a weird one. Scepter is a weird one because I feel like it doesn't really like they keep trying to like improve it, but I feel like it misses out on like being the top on anything. I don't know if it's being. I don't think it's like. I don't know if with like the nerfs coming in to condition Virtuoso is gonna make like Scepter better as a condition option. Like main hand for Virtuosos and stuff, like condition builds or something. I don't know, but I feel like it's not good for power. It's not good for boon. It's not good for like maybe it's okay for boon, but I think like something like staff is probably better, or like even rifle as a healing weapon, you know. I don't think that like it wins out on like power damage. I mean, I feel like it loses out against all the other weapons, so that's why Scepter is just not really that often used or whatever. All right, so Gwen is waiting for us in the back in the Hall of Monuments. So let's go see. It needs massive change when the trader gives the skill flip idea we discussed. Oh, that would be really cool. I would love that. I think that would be perfect. I think that would be that's a great idea. So we have the Hall of Monuments here, which is like a whole mechanic. I'm not gonna go through all of that. I don't think we're really gonna bother with any of this. But anyway, so we have the scrying pool here. Remember, in Guild Wars 2, this is all like underwater. And Oreen uses the scrying pool that's in the center of it anyways. But here in Guild Wars 1, we don't have Oreen around. We're gonna have to use it ourselves. Vec is here. I don't know if he says anything interesting. What are you any days? Oh, same questions that we had earlier. Yep.
And well met.
Same thing. So let's talk to Gwen.
How can I help?
All of us have suffered in our own way. What is this place? We call this the Hall of Monuments. When the Ebon Vanguard arrived here, we found these platforms and this scrying pool. Captain Langmar, Artificer Molinex, and I have all tried repeatedly to make it function. It won't respond to any of us. It's like the pool is waiting for something or someone. Let's talk about something else. Yeah, I will say, like, I am exclusively not a fan of skills in Guild Wars 2 that are like, there are these channels where you're waiting to be attacked, like as a, like, you know, and you block it and then something happens, like as a reactionary. Like, I like full counter. Obviously, I'm a Spellbreaker main, so I love full counter, but that's like, I don't lose anything to full counter. Full counter is like an additional ability because I still have my adrenaline ability, which is obviously now weaker, but full counter was added in, right? Like, it's an additional thing, where like I think the other ones where, you know, you have like the great sword on, I think it's both ranger, is it ranger and warrior that both have like, and revenant too, right, where they have like a block where you channel a block and then you wait to be attacked. I hate that because it's this like weird, like you have to time it, and then if you miss it, and if you don't press the button fast enough, then you wasted time and then your DPS goes down and it's just kind of boring. It's weird. I'm not a fan of these like press the button, you channel a block and you wait to be attacked. Like it's weird. And having to press it twice, because some of them have it where like you press the button but you get access to a different skill already. It's kind of weird. I don't understand the point. It's like, okay, why are you having me press the button and then press the button again if I want to? It's weird. I don't like any of those skills that have the weird block mechanic in there. It's strange. Something like that. Power damage from torment. That's the trade-off. Yeah, it's the risk of Spellbreakers. Notice it whenever you play. It's hilarious. Happens to me too. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, and you guys know how frustrated I get when I like, you know, I get attacked and then I do like full counter and you get the little bubble around you and you're like, all right, and then no one attacks you and I'm like, oh my god, like it sucks because full counter is really powerful and it's a great skill and I love using it because you get like, you know, you get a lot of like interrupt and stuff out of it, but it's not as frustrating as missing it on your weapon. Right, like I'm not losing out on a weapon skill that I could potentially use, right? It's an additional skill, so it's not that bad. I mean, I hate missing my full counter, but I think it's even worse on those weapons. It drives me crazy with full counter. Like I wish there was like I wish full counter would at least have maybe the option that the other block abilities give you, where you can like, if you don't have to wait to block it, you can like use it automatically, but it's just like the same version, just not as powerful. Like if you block, right, like the thing is on full counter, if you block, you do like double damage or like 1.5 of the damage back to the enemy or something like that, up to a certain amount or whatever it is, right? Like I wish there was like a base where you just do like a set amount of damage if you don't block anything. Like it happens, it still happens at the end of the channel. It's just not as powerful and it maybe doesn't do as much. Like it's a weaker version of full counter, but I don't know, whatever. I would like to see it. All right, anyways, so we learned about what this place is. Yeah, so we have the scrying pool. They don't really know what this is about. Hasn't
How
worked
can I
anything. What is the Ebon Vanguard? The Ebon Vanguard was originally just a small cater. I don't know, cater of soldiers. I don't know what that is. Sent north to raid the Char and divert their troops from the southern invasions. Over time, exiles, refugees, and escaped prisoners of war swelled their ranks, and we've since become known as the Ebon Vanguard. Our mission remains the same. We must take the fight to the Char and force them to leave Ascalon. Croc's like, hello? Hello? Like hanging out, right?
How can I
So
help?
pretty much these are just this very remote group of Ascalonian forces that are kind of like doing these covert operations, kind of flanking the Char. Because remember, like, you know, Ascalon's here, the Char invading from the north, right? They're attacking through the north. They might not be attacking through the mountains here. There's like a very treacherous mountain range or whatever, but they might be like going around, you know, going a little bit through the mountains here, you know, they like going along here or something to like attack, right? Like through like a valley between these mountains or something where they attack. We don't ever really get to see it. There is a bonus mission where you can kind of see some of the stuff, but not really anything particular because they're coming from over here, you know. So like they're attacking, right? But then like the Ebon Vanguard is positioned here, and they're kind of like they're doing these covert operations where they're kind of flanking the attacking Char, kind of trying to divert the attention from the attacking Char just going south, you know. Totally unrelated, but I do know they were increasing damage and the AoE of Gravedigger for Necromancer. They really do adore. It seems insane to me. I thought it was just the AoE. They're increasing the damage of it too? I didn't know that. Hold on, let me look at that. I didn't know that. I knew about the range. I knew, like, they were talking about the cone. There's a bunch of like these cone in front of you attacks, and they're widening the cone where it's just like wider. It's like, I think they're going from like, I think the cone being like 180 degrees or 200 degrees or something, to like 360 degrees or something. Like 360 would be the whole thing, but it's like 180 or 180, 160. What did they say? Did they say specific numbers? I don't remember what it was. 360 is the whole thing. I don't know why I said that, but let's see what they're saying. Gravedigger increases the radius from 180 to 240, but they're not increasing the damage. That's not correct. As far as the wiki is concerned, I don't know if the wiki is 100% correct on that, but so they're increasing Gravedigger radius, which is, well, the radius is actually the circle around you on the Gravedigger. Death Spiral is getting the wider angle, increased angle. So they're doing that. Yeah, I don't know. That's it for greatsword changes, though. Nothing new. It's 180 for the AoE. I mean, the thing is like the greatsword is a close range anyways. I mean, I get that you want to get like as many, like if you're doing an AoE ability, as many as possible, but I don't know. 180 to 240, I don't know how, you know, that's pretty small of a change, I feel like, but there's no damage increase, and not as far as I can see. Which is interesting because most Reapers that I see around use greatswords already, which is kind of crazy to me, but anyways. Where is the Ebon Vanguard? The Eye of the North is our main base, but the Vanguard sends raids deep into the Char homelands through Long Eye's Ledge in Northern Territory to the east. Captain Langmar should have returned from her last mission by now, and I fear the worst. Okay.
How can I help?
So, Gwen is talking about how she is in charge since Captain Langmar is gone, but Captain Langmar is overdue to have returned, so we don't know what's going on. How did you end up with the Ebon Vanguard? I don't really want to talk about that. I was a prisoner of the Char. I escaped. Now I want vengeance.
How can I
Okay,
help?
so there you go. So yeah, we get a little info on the Ebon Vanguard. And Gwen, oh, I didn't add these guys to the group. We're gonna do that. We're gonna add. I totally forgot. I meant to add them to the group, and I didn't do that. Whoopsie. Anyway, so let's talk to the scrying pool. Okay, look deep into it. I don't want to miss anything. We're looking into the scrying pool, and we're getting a vision. You guys, we're getting a vision. It's weird that the tapestries
This is what we've
up,
been
but-
guarding.
Looks like a scrying device.
You're right. We know it's magical, but can't get it to work.
Hang on. Often these things are just a matter of concentration.
Ooh.
No one else has been able to do that.
Just lucky, I guess.
Just lucky, I guess. Alright, and we see a destroyer somewhere.
What was that?
A destroyer. We fought them earlier. They've captured the Dwarven and Asuran tunnels.
And they're coming this way?
Seems like it.
Vec, we have to rally the local populace, these Norn.
But we don't know how much of the gate network has been compromised.
Exactly. We're on our own. The battle starts here.
What's the matter?
The destroyers are coming up from the depths. We need an army right now. Help me convince the Norn to help
The
us.
destroyers drove my people to the surface west of these mountains. We should contact them.
They're both wrong. It's the Ebon Vanguard that needs your help. A large detachment led by Captain Langmar made a sortie into the Char homelands. They're now several weeks overdue, and I fear the worst. I need you to help me find them.
We need my people's knowledge.
No, we need the Norn as allies.
It's up to you, Buka. Which do we do first?
Why do I have to make the tough decisions?
You're just lucky, I guess.
Alright, and we actually get a choice here on how to proceed. I didn't think about this beforehand, but anyways. So
How can I help?
Gwen, quiet, wounded in body and soul, and angry at the Char, Gwen has suffered hardships, but has tried to keep her dreams alive. She now makes her home among the Ebon Vanguard in the Eye of the North, where she practices and hones her skills as a mesmer. By the way, we found this monumental tapestry a while ago. I think it's meant for one of these walls, but I never got around to choosing which monument to hang it over. Since the scrying pool responded to you, I think it's only fitting. Okay, thank you. So we get a tapestry. I guess I'm gonna just put a tapestry up. We're gonna put the resilience tapestry up. It's fine. I don't really give a shit. And we get to see this cool little this little tapestry that we hang. Ta-da! We hang it up. Oh, it's pretty. We got some pretty stuff. I'm not gonna really deal with any of this stuff. So, so we can at this point choose where we want to go. Help the Ebon Vanguard, find the Asura, or try to get the Norn and involved. Is that right? Oh, I didn't know that. Is that see, that's the thing. Is like I've watched Pinky and the Brain, but I never watch the American version of it, so I don't know the voices, and it's obviously it's a show from a billion years ago, so I don't know, but but yeah, that's interesting. Vec is a cool guy. So I have a choice now. I can technically do any of this. I can do any of these. I'm gonna accept all of these missions, and then we can cut from there. Missing Vanguard. Thank the gods, someone has finally come to help. The Ebon Vanguard has gone missing. Captain Langmar and the bulk of the Ebon Vanguard plan to pass through Long Eyes Ledge to the east for a raid into Char territory. However, they're extremely overdue. I swear to Lissa that if those inhuman beasts have harmed Captain Langmar, I will make them all pay. Alright, and then Vec says,
Interesting.
the knowledgeable Asura, there's no time to lose, Buka. We still don't know what Buka means, but it's like he keeps calling us Buka. To have any chance at all, we need the knowledge of my people. You can reach my homelands by traveling west to a gate located in the Vloxen excavations. that should take us where we need to go. And then we have Ogden,
Hail and
who
well
says,
met.
the destroyers have ventured dangerously near the surface, and dwarves are few and far between up here. We must gain allies we can rally into an army. Only then can we repel this threat and keep these blasted destroyers contained beneath the surface. That Norn who didn't attack us on sight, she might be an excellent starting point for creating the army we need. Okay, so we have 3 options. Let's go back to the center of the... Go back to the center, to the Eye of the North here. And let's see who we're gonna... Norgu, Donkoro... Alright, I think I'm gonna kick out... Wait, yeah, I think I'm gonna kick out Kos. I know that he's part Paragon, and then Donkoro. Oof, sorry guys. Burpee. Okay, so... Oh, Gwen needs to come in too, so we can kick out Norgu. I know that they all have, like... I think I'm gonna actually take off some of these things that they have, like the weapons and stuff. Let me bring back... Donkoro. What did he have? Yeah, I'm gonna use these weapons on these new guys that I'm putting in my group. And who was the other person that I don't need him. So we're gonna do Gwen. We're gonna do Ogden. And we're gonna do Vec. We're gonna kind of look at these guys. Haas. Who gives the term of endearment amongst Sura? Are you being facetious? I hope you're being facetious because that's really funny. Do I have any? I don't have any templates, so I'm gonna have to make my own. Alright, I'm not doing inspiration magic. Not that much, at least. I might do a little bit of inspiration magic. Does she has incoming and fallback, so I don't need any of that. I don't know. I think I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna give her this, so she gets the staff. I don't want the crystal wand anymore. Bye. I don't care. Okay, so she has that. Fast casting is good. Ogden, I'm gonna give him this staff. Donkoro's not gonna get anything. Boo-hoo, Donkoro. Ogden is with us, and then we have Beck over here who has an air magic, and we're gonna make him an air magic mage. And then Ogden, we're gonna make a healer. I'm gonna use, I think healing burst is what I used on Donkoro. All right. I had him as panic for it's an target photo of Exo panic when a foe or X use the skill. Although, yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna do. Again, it's been so long since I've done Chaos Storm. I think Chaos Storm is so underrated in Guild Wars 1. I think it's a great ability. I might do Energy Surge, just an Energy Surge guy. Non-hex skills. That foe loses 1 energy. Yeah, definitely want that on her. That's a great ability. Shatter enchantment, shatter hex, shatter enchantment. We'll remove an enchantment from target foe. I think I might use that. Unnatural signet just to get some energy management in there. Maybe some inspiration stuff to keep energy management up. Energy management is always such a bitch. I need a little bit more. No, see, this doesn't work. This doesn't work. I don't know. No. This is this way. I'm trying to get a little bit of in here, but then I'm left with like so many points left over. And I definitely don't want to do 10. I do 10 in there. Fast casting is fine, whatever. Alright, anyways. Then that way 9 energy and interrupt is good. Drain enchantment, remove enchantment from target foe. Ooh, I might do that instead of this. It's less energy. Timing tries to call us Buka when we lose commander title, but prefer to still be called. So, the term Buka is actually like, it's actually a derogatory term, at least in Guild Wars 1. It's like derogatory because Buka, and we get the explanation later, but Bukas are like these weird, like, children's fairy tale monsters or whatever, but they're these big clumsy creatures, and we're just getting like, so everyone calls us Buka because to the small intelligent Asura we seem like these clumsy dumb whatever. So it's not really endearing, but it's more of this like not derogatory, but it's almost like this like they're looking down on us, like, oh, that's just like a Buka, like this like dumb clumsy little whatever creature, you know. So that's what Buka really means, I think, as far as I remember. Can we have something inspired? Has remove a hex from target ally and you gain 7 for 20 seconds. Replace with the next with the hex that was removed. I guess we could do something like a hex removal or something. Power drain is really good too. I might put power drain in. There's no revival in here. I have some like, so we have some disruption. We have some disruption here with energy management. We have just some damage that doesn't, again, energy management a little bit. We have hex removal. We have a enchantment removal, which is all very energy heavy. This is all very energy heavy. Maybe I'll go back to something else. Do we have an AoE? What about mistrust? Tails and deals. Yeah. I think that's good. What do we have too many of? Remove an enchantment from target foe. Remove a hex from target ally. Do we have hex removal? I don't think I have any hex removal, so I'll do that. Mistrust is really good. Ogden. So a lot of people will say her Word of Healing is like the best one. I disagree. You guys know that I did this little bit of experiment with Don Coro, but Healing Burst is much better. I had a lot more survival going on when I had that. So we have a hex. We can do a cure hex here. Target if an ally dies one. No, I don't want to. No. Whenever target ally takes damage, that ally and all adjacent, but it's 10. Alright, I'm gonna need to make him a Mesmer secondary to give him a little bit of and I don't need divine favor. While divine favor is not bad, I really want to go ham on energy management because energy management is a little crazy. Why did I do illusion magic? I meant to do inspiration. So we want to do probably power drain. It's 25 energy. That's a ton of energy. How much energy does he even have? Does he have that much? How much? It's 40. So that's like, wow, it's like 60%. Like getting that back if you interrupt someone. Leech, Signet. It's 13 energy. Quarter of a second cast time. Why? I keep grabbing the wrong ones, the wrong signets. We'll see if I need one or two. I'm gonna have to, like, I'm trying some of these out. We're gonna see how this goes. Patient Spirit. Target ally, unless this enchantment ends prematurely. For 2 seconds. Words of Comfort. Target allies healed for an additional if the target's from a condition. Okay, that's kind of nice. Conditions are, there's a lot of conditions I want to say in Eye of the North. Buena Sorrow. Oh, we already looked at that. Held an additional for each enchantment or hex on that ally. Enchantments. Do we have a lot of enchantments? We don't really have any enchantments, do we? We have these guys. We don't really have a lot of enchantments, so we're not doing that. Healing Breeze. I know Healing Breeze isn't the best, but I do like it. I do like having, like, you get a lot of health regeneration from it, so it's nice. And I want something... Ethereal Light. This feels easily interrupted. That's 5. What is the one that I'm thinking of, which is like a... not a healing ring. If the target is casting a spell or attacking, that ally is healed for an additional 63. Or is an... heal for 60. I'm trying to find like a... Like, I'm looking for like a bread and butter skill where it's just like they can recast it all the time. It has like a quick recharge. I mean, this has a quick recharge and this has a quick recharge. So maybe having... I would like to have... Where's the... What's this? There were these... AOE, where are the AOE ones? There was a bunch of them. Are they in here? I think they're in here. Yeah, like Heaven's Delight, where it just heals the whole group for like a small amount. Do they not have something like this in here? I don't have all of the skills anyways, so I should probably get those, but alright, whatever. I'm gonna do this again. That's fine. It doesn't really matter. And then Beck Air Magic. Air Magic in Guild Wars 1 is really cool because there's a lot of conditions that you can inflict, like cracked armor and stuff is really good. Thunderclap is my favorite one. Creates a massive shockwave at target foe's location. Deals 42 lightning damage to target and all adjacent foes. Struck foes are interrupted and suffer from cracked armor and weakness for 17 seconds. And the skill has a 25% armor penetration. That's great. It does like all these different things. It's really, really cool. Shock Arrow is the energy management thing that you get for the for air magic, which it gives you right here. It says send out a shock arrow that flies swiftly towards the target foe, striking for 41 lightning damage. So there's not a lot of damage, but you know, it's one foe, it only does 41, it doesn't do any extra damage thing or whatever. But if Shocked Arrow strikes a foe suffering from cracked armor, which again, Thunderclap gives us cracked armor, then you gain 5 energy plus 1 energy for every 2 ranks of energy storage. So right now we would be getting 6 on top of the 5, so we'd get 11 energy back, right? Now, Air Attunement already gives us energy. You gain 1 energy plus 30% of the base energy cost of the skill of any skill that I use. So you have a lot of like, you already have built-in energy management there. Let's see, Enervating Charge. 34 struck for and suffers from weakness for the skill has a okay. I've only in Guild Wars 1, but I understand why they didn't transfer over to Guild Wars. Yeah, I do. I think they work really well in Guild Wars 1. I don't think they would have worked the same way in Guild Wars 2. But granted, they did a great job with bringing them over, right? Like, cracked armor is in Guild Wars 1, right? In terms of vulnerability, right? You have cracked armor as vulnerability, right? You have weakness as weakness, right? Like, they did a really good job transferring the conditions that they had over. You know, but I don't think, you know, but hey, whatever. Hex spells. Strike target foe for 41 lightning damage. It has a 25% armor penetration. If you are overcast, that foe is hexed with lightning strike for 3 seconds. When this hex ends, that foe is struck again for 41 lightning damage. So we need to have something that gives us overcast, which overcast is a little gray number here. Overcast is on the energy bar. If you use this, you would use the set amount of energy, right? Like let's take Gale for example. You would use 10 energy. I would have 28, but it would also take 10 overcast, meaning that it lowers your maximum energy count. Meaning at that point, my maximum energy would be 28. Now, mind you, elementalists, based on the energy storage, get a ton of energy as is, right? So he has 76 energy compared to my 38, and he doesn't even have any equipment to give him even more, right? Like I could give him equipment that gives him like a ton more, to the point where he could get like close to like 100 energy or even more. I think like it gives you and I think you even have abilities that can give you more energy, I want to say. Like I'm not even sure, but anyways, so I do want to use this is another energy management skill. For the next 15 seconds, your next 2 spells cost 16 less energy to cast. So we can get some big items in there, like lightning hammer or something. I'm gonna have to look. Lightning orb, I don't know. But anyways, so overcast then slowly is like on top of regenerating energy, you're also regenerating the overcast energy, and you're slowly getting more maximum energy as it goes. It's slower than your regeneration. It goes like at a really slow pace. But there's many elementalist abilities that do extra while you're overcast. But the thing is with being overcast is you don't want to do too much overcast, because then if you keep casting that same ability, you're gonna lose all this energy, and you're gonna be down to like 5 energy that you have left, right? Like and you're gonna have to wait so long, and you can't cast big abilities and stuff. So it's this like, you know, it's this like big risk but big reward as well, because you can use you know, all these extra abilities and stuff. So I think I'm gonna take the only one that I have, like Gale, knockdown foe for 2 seconds. And I think I'm gonna use shock. Target touched foe. Oh, that's a touch ability. Do I not have anything better? I have mind shock, but I don't. That foe suffers. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I don't have anything that's overcast that's better at an overcast. I don't want to use Gale. That's dumb. Maybe I don't want to use lightning strike. Love go to have more combos besides combo fields. Like this one does this combi stacks of this. What do you? I'm sorry. You mean specifically to like the skills, where like if your foe has this condition on them, this ability does this extra or something? Is that like how many of these abilities have it? Where like if your foe is suffering from this condition, you get an extra ability on your thing. I think that would be kind of cool. I think it would build a lot of don't we have anything like that? I mean, there are some abilities like that. Like I know that like there's some, for example, where Life Siphon, the Dagger 2 and the Necromancer, it does like if you're bleeding, your healing from the ability is higher. If your enemy is bleeding, your damage is higher, or something like that. Or it's one or the other. There's something like if your enemy is bleeding, it does like more things. So there are certain abilities that do that. Okay, so maybe I don't want overcast. You don't have to build for overcast. Shell shock is great. Target foe is struck for 26 lightning damage and has cracked armor for 17 seconds. If you overcast, the spell strikes adjacent foes. So I do want overcast. All right, I'm gonna try to do shock. No, I'm not shock. Gale. Yeah, like chill converted to bleed on Reaper. I'd love more stuff like that. Well, we talked about that before, you know, where I would like to see, you know, same as like the flip over skills that we were talking about, like see actual traits convert what certain abilities or certain things do on a character. You know what I mean? Like I would love to see for example, like a warrior, maybe like if they redesigned Bladesworn, for example, I would love to see where so take the Bladesworn, for example, and they redesign it. They kind of take alacrity away because I think it's really stupid on Bladesworn, right? And they give it to Spellbreaker. I think it's much better on Spellbreaker. But anyways, so let's say in the redesign, they also, because again, Bladesworn is one of those elite specializations where the Grandmaster trait does different things based on like what you pick, right? Your Dragon Slash changes based on whatever, right? Like it does like different things or whatever. So it would be really cool to have one of them that's like a damage based one where like your Dragon Slash for example, like vulnerability, instead of, because vulnerability caps at 25, right, which is 25% more damage. It would be really cool to have something where it's like it's actually 50%, right, where like vulnerability, if like for every stack of vulnerability it does 2% more damage instead of 1% more damage, and then you get like an extra 25, like you do 50% more damage. Like that would be really cool. I would love to see that. Is there something like that already out there? I don't know. Feels like there's something already in. All adjacent foes take 63 cold damage. Adjacent foes. Again, we don't really want to deal with adjacent. We're long range. Lightning bolt. Send out a lightning bolt that strikes for 41 damage if it hits. If lightning bolt strikes a moving foe, that foe is struck for 41 additional lightning damage. We'll do that. These are all very cheap, so this shouldn't be, the gale shouldn't be that bad. There's a lot of energy management in here. We'll see. I'll move some stuff around. This is just kind of like a trial thing. We're just gonna kind of see how well these perform. So these are my new friends that are in the group here. We're gonna see how well we do. We got a little bit of damage in there. But yeah, stuff like if 10 vulnerability, you gain 5 might. The thing is like what I find really boring, and I'm not saying that your idea is necessarily bad or whatever. I think it leads into like an interesting concept, but I think there's so many things that where traits are just like, oh well, if the enemy has this, you gain like 5 might. Like the boon things, like I think we kind of need to step away from that, because like specifically might, for example, the whole game is so saturated with like boon acquirement that you're like I remember when Guild Wars 2 first came out, and it was really, really hard to actually get to the point where you had a full stack of 25 might, right? Like you had to, I remember when every group comp had to have an elementalist in it because you needed fire fields from the elementalist, like of a staff, like fire staff, specifically fire magic staff, and you had to blast the fire fields in order to get might for everyone, because might wasn't really readily accessible. Now I have like, I press like 2 buttons and I have 25 stacks of might. You know what I mean? So I kind of feel like we need to step away from giving the boons specifically. I would like to just get something that's more interesting than that. Condi builds, spear on range to get a total bleed conversion. It'd be nice to have something, I don't know, condition is interesting to me because I play mostly PvE, and I've really realized, like, I've tried different Condi builds, and I have different Condi builds on different characters, but I always go for power damage because Condi just takes so long to, like, ramp up. I don't know. It's just me, probably. And Assassin trade line has, like, vulnerability. Oh, that's right. You're right. Yeah. Revenants do have that. Yes, with it, vulnerability is more per stack. Boons need a full rework revamp, but I'm just going by what we got. But I understand. Yeah, I guess. I mean, you know, you're right. Like, we would probably get something like that rather than something more intricate than that. But you're probably right. We would get something where it's like, oh, if they have 10 vulnerability, you get 5 might or whatever. It's probably more likely than anything we would get that. All right, so these guys in our group. So Artificer Mullinex.
You honor me.
I'm, like I said, I'm not doing these. So these actually are the ones that give you that. This is where we start getting these different PvE abilities, and I'm not doing these yet. Like I said, I'm gonna kind of, well, maybe should I do these now or should I wait? Like, should I do some of them? I could do some of them, I guess. What do I get? I get a lockpick and deft strike. So I can give you guys like a little example of one, right? Like I think it's kind of nice. This is a solo quest. We have a bit of a problem. Of course, with all these Norn around, that shouldn't be too much of a surprise. You wouldn't believe how often Norn warriors wander down here and challenge us to duels to prove their valor. Then they go home and boast about how easy it is to defeat the puny humans in battle. Usually we just ignore them and hope they go find something else to beat about the head. The latest barbarian to arrive, however, some brutish oaf named Nor Oken, simply won't leave. He's starting to cause a real problem. Nobody can get any work done with constantly being challenged to single combat. You're the most battle tested of anyone here at the Eye. Will you fight as our champion against the Norn? All right, so let's do that. We have to talk to him, and then he's gonna be like, all right, are you ready to face Nor Oken? And we're ready to face Nor Oken. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to defeat him, but the duel begins. I think Nor's gonna talk some crap to us before, I don't know. We do have Croc with us, so hopefully. What's this? I asked for a champion and they send me a flea? Alright, Nor, don't be rude. Why are you so rude, bro? Were you the runt of the litter, or is your entire pack this puny? I've eaten bigger chunks of bear meat than you. And he taunts us. Go. Oh. No, my pet is dead. Oh my god, he healed himself. Stop it. Heal my pet. Go. No, stop it. Go, pet. Do it. Do your thing. I'm gonna heal my pet. I didn't mean to use that ability. I shouldn't have. I don't know if I can defeat him. Guys, I don't know if I can defeat him. Oh, I did it. I did it! Yay! Ta-da! Astounding! You have bested me. By the bear, you're unlike any human I've ever met. Well fought, little big one. Alright, so get a little bit of interaction. Well done. It's certainly good to see someone finally put those brutes in their place. That's the last we'll hear of Nor Oken, I imagine. With any luck and a little help from a crafty artificer, the word will get out to the rest of the Norn about how he was defeated by a human. Take pride. You've raised the reputation of not only the Vanguard, but our entire race with these barbarians. And we get a new skill called Deft Strike. It's a range attack. If this attack hits, the target foe takes 18 damage. If that foe has cracked armor, it begins bleeding for 18 seconds. So again, we get a little bit of synergy here. If I were to take that with me. But this is gonna be, so as you guys can see, we're gonna get a ton of these abilities. I don't think I'm gonna, maybe we'll get a couple of them as we do the playthrough, and then later on I want to get like most, if not all of the abilities later on. But for now, you know, I don't think I'm really gonna deal with that. But 18 damage is not a lot. 18 seconds of bleeding is pretty good, but I don't know. I mean, problem is I don't really have like cracked armor accessible in my group, so I'm not gonna take that ability. But we also got a lockpick, which is nice. I kind of wanted to do that for the lockpick. Oh my god, now I gotta add everyone in because it was a solo mission. General Morgan, Raza, Vec, Gwen, Ogden, Elias. Who was the other person that I have? Was it Acolyte Jen? I guess I had Acolyte Jen, right? She was my speed buff? Yeah, she's my speed buff, so I need her. Alright. Anyways, so now we have an option, right? We get to primary quest is against the destroyers, and the idea is that you have to do 3 sub quests in order, 3 sub chain quests, right? These are like, so the main quest obviously is against the destroyers, but you have the primary quest of the Asura, the Ebon Vanguard, and the Norn. Those are the 3 that we have to do in the end. So we have to do the knowledgeable Asura, the Northern Allies, or the missing Vanguard. So I think I'm gonna do the Asura first. No particular reason really why I want to do them first, but some of the thing is, some of the pets that we're looking to add to our group are close to so the iguana is still winning, which that's kind of that's both the crab and the iguana are closer, are in the Asuran territories, so we'll have to go there. The white wolf and the mountain eagle, we already saw the mountain eagle. White wolf is around here as well too. So yeah, so I think we're gonna do a certain thing, which means so 1 takes us to the blocks and excavations, which is, I mean, it doesn't show us really. Oh, it tells us, I think down here it does not show. I think it's supposed to show up right here. I don't know why it's not showing up, but journey through the Asura Gate in the Floxen excavations. And it's really interesting because we do see the Floxen excavations in Guild Wars 2 as well. But Asura first, are you Asura? Quality assurance. Yeah, I think I would do Asura first. I do like the Asuran areas, so we're gonna do that. But yeah, I think we're actually gonna get a little bit of the Norn thing as we venture out of here. Yeah, so there we go. We have a new group of allies with us. So Jorah is right out here, so that's why I said, like, you know, the northern allies, they actually want us to, they actually show the Starburst is right in front of me. You guys can't really see it, but Starburst is right in front of me. They want me to talk to her.
How can I
So
help you?
we're gonna just do this conversation, and then we're gonna go to the blocks and excavations. We're gonna make our way there. So but anyways, an unearthly creature, the Norn Bear, ravages my homeland. It is my duty to stop it. I have tracked it throughout the far Shiver Peaks, but it continues to elude me. My soul will not be at peace until these lands are rid of the wretched beast. This burden is mine alone, although I doubt you would understand that. But you will never gain the trust of my people until you learn our ways. Seek out Gunnar Poundfist in his hearthstead to the north. He will tell you more about my people. Alright? And this is actually, so that is then Northern allies tracking the Norn Bear is part of that as well. So Northern allies, they want you to curse of the Norn Bear. They actually want you to continue this. So it's like a quest chain on a quest, like do a quest chain in order to finish a quest chain, in order to finish a quest chain. Like it's like whatever. So but we're gonna do surfers, so we're not gonna worry about that. I think I'm gonna stop at some of these areas. It would be really cool in Guild Wars 2 to be able to actually come out here and come to this area, but it is what it is. So we have Og the Gruff. Let's go talk to Og. Og the Gruff. Let's have a conversation with Mr. Og.
Who sent you?
And press me battle, then we can talk. All right.
Who
Okay.
goes there?
You're new, blah blah blah. All right, so we gain this again, and yeah, we're gonna journey. We have to journey up here, and then we have to go across here. We're gonna be journeying down here to the flux and excavations, which are over here, and that is where we need to go right now. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna be doing all of them anyway, so it doesn't really matter which one we do first, you know. So some people might say, well, the Blood Legion homelands are the coolest. I don't know, whatever. Doesn't really matter. We're gonna be doing all of them anyways. Mandragores, hate them so much. They're really annoying. There's nothing to fear is really, really nice. So look at all these, look at like all of the stuff. It's so cool seeing all of those buffs and stuff. Like it's gonna be really cool once we have all these animals in our team. Oh, I want to stop by the let's stop by the statue and talk about the statue a little bit. We can go this way for the statue. Or Ornaloff. Who's Ornaloff? Ornaloff is another another guy over here. Another one of these scouts. Let's talk to Ornaloff. Get his approval.
Who goes
All right,
there?
you only have 4 kills. So we have this really cool statue right outside the Eye of the North, right? So you guys see how close we are to the Eye of the North. You know, and in Guild Wars 2 we don't get to leave the Eye of the go to the direct area of the Eye of the North. But we have this like statue of this like a lizard that's wrapped around, and there's this really cool concept art of it. So if you look up like, it's like on the wiki, it's like called like the Guild Wars 1 wiki. It's called the like ice statue, like ice lizard statue. Like if you go on Ice Cliff Chasms, it's on there. You can find it. There's like an article about it. And it has like a really cool, it was a concept art that they put into the game. It was like a really cool concept art of this like lizard creature frozen on top of the spire, and its tail is kind of like wrapped around this icy spire or whatever. And there's these frozen elementals that hang out around it that kind of patrol the area. This has no, I don't think there's any information at all about any of this stuff. So we have a collector over here. I don't know if he has any info on this. I don't think there is any info on this. And it's one of those mysteries that, you know, in the Guild Wars universe where they added this in, and they did this a lot in Guild Wars 1, where they just added these environmental things that don't mean anything or that didn't have a payoff. And in Guild Wars 2, they've been doing a really good job with like picking some of these things and taking some of these things and kind of giving it some deeper explanation, right? Like, for example, like a good example of that is the Wizard's Tower, right? Like the floating Wizard's Tower was in Guild Wars 1, and we heard about there's things going on inside of it. We never got to, like, we got to go really close up to it, but we never got to go inside of it. And we heard a little bit about the things about, like, oh, the magic's concealed within the tower and stuff, and we never really, like, it didn't mean anything or whatever. And then they took that as a whole expansion in Guild Wars 2, where they made this into this, like, whole thing where there's this, like, whole mystery, you know? And it's really cool that they do that with a lot of things in Guild Wars. So I really like that, because it builds this, it has this, like, world building aspect to it, where you take, like, you know, 250 years ago Guild Wars 1 stuff, and you make it relevant in Guild Wars 2. It creates this, like, cohesive world, and it's really nice. So far, the Unlovable.
Something?
Oh, before we trade with him, with this collector, we have to kill him, or defeat him. Was the most fantastic part. It was really great. I mean, whether or not they did a great job with it, it was something that, like, I remember people were going crazy about it, right? And, like, and the Beacon of Ages, I remember, like, and this is probably one of my proudest moments of being a content creator for Guild Wars 2 ever, was how much I called the Beacon of Ages. Like, I was literally the first content creator, as far as I could tell, that talked about the Beacon of Ages, right? The Wizard's Folly Tower being in the expansion, because I took apart the trailer and I talked about how you can see them, how you can see the spires in the background and all this stuff. And it was just like this really far-fetched thing where I was like, oh my god, we're gonna see the Wizard's Folly Tower as well. And we actually ended up getting to see it and stuff. Like, those things, like, crazy. And the Wizard's Folly Tower being another one, right? Which was this random tower that never got any explanation whatsoever. And they took that in Guild Wars 2 and gave it, like, a really meaningful thing, you know? So it was really, really cool. She's a fine one, a real firestorm in a bottle, but she won't look at me twice since the day I was ambushed by a throng of vicious plants. Blindsided me and left me for dead, they did. I must prove my strength to her, but truth be known, I am no fighter. You'll help me earn her affection. You'll help me earn your... Oh, okay. And she'll be none the wiser. Bring me 5 mountain roots. Okay, so he's trying to impress a lady. It has nothing to do with the statue out here. the statue right here. Oh, I didn't read this, by the way. So Jorah tells us about this Norn bear, right? And how she's been hunting the Norn bear, and that's the prey she's been talking about, this prey that she's been hunting. Specifically the Norn bear that's been ravaging the far Shiver Peaks. And so we say, we'll keep an eye out for the savage beast, Jorah. And Ogden says, aye, and if we help you, you'll help us, eh? And Jorah says, my task is my own. Your offer is appreciated, but I am Norn. We succeed or fail through our own measures without the help of others. Saying that, she's like, don't help me. I don't need your help. This is my hunt. I'm going on this hunt. Which I'm familiar with more than the other one because I played so much of Pre-Searing. Yes, right? I know, me too. And it was great seeing that come back. The other wizard's tower, you know. So there's something to be said about like this lizard creature. Like they could weave it. Like let's do like this really cool story. So this creature maybe was opposing Jormag, okay? And it was fighting Jormag or something, or it was like part of a race of big lizard creatures or snakes or whatever that was fighting. I don't know if it's a snake or a lizard. I think it's a lizard because I think there's actual, like when you look at the actual model of it on the wiki, it has actual arms, so it's not just like a snake. It's an actual lizard. But what if it was like fighting Jormag or something, and then it got frozen in ice by Jormag, like during the last rising of the Elder Dragons? So now that Jormag is gone, maybe this creature can be thought out, right? And like maybe someone ventured out here and thought out this creature, and we'll encounter it in some shape or form. You know, I don't know, like something. Like it's cool to think about, right? To get the big moonshot again. We gotta go this way. Alright, let's go. We're journeying through the far Shiver Peaks, which look really, really cool. It's a really cool place. I do like it a lot. There's a lot of atmosphere. Like when you just sit there and you're like listening to the music and you're just like kind of in your own head space, kind of like thinking about these things. It's really, really cool because it's very immersive and very interesting. There's another mountain eagle. What I'm gonna do is I'm probably not gonna get a new pet today, but we're gonna vote today on a pet, and then whoever wins by the end of the stream today, starting with the next Eye of the North stream that I'm doing, we're gonna be going for the pet, for that particular.
Never.
All right, we gotta find what is his name? Kettley Bjorn. Kettley Bjorn? I don't know. Whatever that. Can't pronounce these names. These Scandinavian names.
Who goes
6 kills. That's all we have so far. Anyways, we did that. There's the Mountain Eagle. Hello. All right, and we're venturing to the next area. Bloop. The Norhard Domains. We get a little bit of a different skybox. So it's cool. Again, Guild Wars 1 doesn't have night and day cycles, but every map is set in a specific time of day, right? Which they do in some maps, specifically like dungeons and instances and stuff like that in Guild Wars 2, but the open world obviously has like a change of day and night. I said nay and diet. But yeah, so it's really cool because we journey to the Eye of the North and it's nighttime, right? And then so now we're journeying here, and it seems to be what they're trying to do is like it's now morning. Is the feeling that I get here, right? You get a little bit like when you look at that, like it looks like the sun is like rising on the side over there, you know, and it's like morning in the mountains or whatever. The snow has like the last area had a lot of like fog, and there was more snow. It's a little bit less snow now. There's still snow falling, but it's not as prominent, you know. But and that's kind of how they make this like. Feels like you're doing a journey, right? Because you're like journeying through the night, and then now it's like morning, and you're like, oh, okay, cool, you know. Nadite sounds like something in Marvel Universe. Nadite, some material they covet. Yeah, we gotta get the Nadite to do whatever, you know, create this cool thing.
Who sent you?
All right, we have another guy. Oh my god, I can't talk today. We have another guy. Jesus. And I talk for a living, so it's very funny. So we have some corpse of Norn commoner. Actually, you know what? We might be able to avoid this. Might be able to. Can we avoid this? I don't know if we can avoid this. If we can't, that's okay. I think I can avoid this. Okay, I'm gonna avoid those corpses. I'm doing this on purpose. Nope, I couldn't avoid it. There's the Norn Bear. I was trying to avoid that because that's part of the Jorah quest. So the Norn Bear pops up. We get to see him. And he looks all it's like a Norn Bear, but he's all like not crystalline, but like icy. He's all icy. There's like all this ice around him. And he's really strong. He's beating our butts. Like he's beating on Acolyte Jin right now. He's level 24. Super high level. Come on. Alright. And she did die. Didn't she? Why did she have the... I don't know, that seems weird. Okay, anyways. So, we say, that's the Norn Bear that Jorah is after. Slay it before it harms anyone else. And Vex says, astounding. Finish the job so we can leave, will you? Because, you know, all the Asura in Guild Wars 1, like, when we get introduced, they're always annoyed. They're always annoyed by all these other people. They don't want to deal with people. They're always like, oh, whatever, you know. It's really, really cool. This Norn Bear is quick on its feet. Keep looking. It can't have gotten far. So we don't defeat it. He runs away. He's just like, bloop. He runs away. He runs into the mountains and he's gone. All right. So we got a little glimpse of him. And he has killed a couple of Norn commoners here. And we chase him off. So we have some gravestones here. Here rests the remains of Barn Frostfeet, who walked from one end of the Shiver Peak Mountains to the other barefoot and drank a pint of ale and toast to each tree he saw along the way. Imagine walking from, I mean, you know, I'm guessing they mean from like east to west. I don't think they mean from like north to south. But imagine going from like one side of the Shiver, like specifically where we just were, right? There was a lot of trees. So from one side of the Shiver Peak Mountains to the other side, like east to west, and every time you see a tree, you drink an entire mug of ale. And you do not barefoot it. No wonder he's dead. This sure are me in real life. Yeah, me too. Trust me. Me freaking too. Alright, so that's what this guy did. Apparently, I guess he died at the end of it. I don't know. I don't know how he died. Here rests Herodi Ice Crusher, who climbed to the top of the great mountain and slew the glacial griffin with his bare hands, fashioning the head into a stylish helm so all who saw him would know of his great deed. So this is really cool because we don't know which mountain, some great mountain, and there was a glacial griffin. Kind of interesting, right? Because we talked about like this glacial lizard. We saw that, right? We talk about the Norn Bear, which is also very glacial, right? Has like icy spikes coming out and stuff. So it's very interesting. There's something where they could maybe, you know, there's precedence to have like some backstory to this. And then we have here lies Eric Firebeard, slayer of the great ice drake Keilthus, crusher of the dwarven lord Mundoon, and drinker of the 12 casks of ale in a single sitting. So he drank 12 casks of ale in a single sitting. We'll talk about disgusting. But yeah, so we get this Keilthus, crusher of the dwarven lord Mundoon. Now I don't know if this is like a real, like a reference, like a pop culture reference or anything like that, but again, sounds like there's an interesting backstory, right? Like Ice Drake. We just saw kind of something like an Ice Drake, right? Like on top of that pillar. And then, but crusher of the dwarven lord, slayer of the great Ice Drake Keilthus, crusher of the dwarven lord Mundoon. Who's Mundoon, right? So very interesting. I don't think we get any background to this, but it's really cool that how ArenaNet has done this, you know. Welcome to Gunner's Holt. Population unknown, take heed. All who enter here know that this is home of Norn legends. We who have slain the greatest beasts in all the lands, drunk ale more deeply than any other, and proudly boasted of our deeds, loud enough for the spirits to hear and take notice. All right, so we didn't read the sign to Eye of the North, but we'll do that some later point. All right, so let's go in here. There's an outpost here, Gunner's Hold, which is this big Norn outpost. So we get this is like a very famous, you know, Eye of the North concept art of this. You know, this is what the homesteads of the Norn looked like in Guild Wars 1, right? Guild Wars 1 looking kind of different to Guild Wars 2, but still like really, really cool. Very atmospheric, very cool. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. We have a polymorph person over there. We will be talking to them at some point. We will come back here at some point. The Magni the Bison is here. We're gonna explore that at some later points. We're gonna talk about this at this point now. Do they say anything? Can you believe these Norn? I swear some I can't. Yeah, so they don't say anything new. I think their conversation, these specific conversations, I don't know if they might change depending on if we go to like a different biome. But anyway, so I just wanted to get this outpost, so that makes our journey later a little bit faster. So we have Ugar Mandefson.
Are you hunting something?
Or Ugar Mandefson? I don't know. Whatever. This guy. Attack! Oh, he's running away.
Never anger a Norn.
Alright. So we now have to journey. So here is kind of where the path splits. Oh, we didn't read about the info things. I always forget that in Guild Wars 1 they did the really cool, like, you can click on an outpost and it gives you info. So let's read about it. So the Boreal Station. The Norn still refer to Boreal Station as Theodor's Herstead, even though Theodore is long gone. The Asura emerged from beneath the quiet hunter's home and appropriated it for their own needs, adding a node to their network of gates and transforming the set into a supply way station. It is muttered among the Norn that old Theodore is alive somewhere deep beneath his home, lost in Asura lands, protesting the invasion with a hammer and shield. So interesting, again, Theodore, we don't know who that is, but seems to be some kind of known guy amongst the Norn. But yeah, apparently that was his home, and the Asura just kind of took that over. But yeah, it's kind of, again, we get this, like, I love what they do in Guild Wars 1, right? They give you all these, like, they name drop all these random characters that you might never see, but it gives you this world building. You know, they're building up these Norn to be, like, you know, we're learning so much about them. We've only been playing this for, like, 2.5 hours, right? And I've, you know, the first 30 minutes I've spent talking about, you know, the playthrough or whatever. So we've really only been playing for, like, 2 hours, but, we're getting so much info already, right? Like, it's so rich already, and that's what I love about Guild Wars 1. They have, like, all this rich lore and all this, like, you know, not every character that has a name mentioned needs to appear, right? You can just kind of talk about these random heroes, specifically with the Norn. You know, they need to talk more about these legends of old, right? Like, that's something that they revere. They revere these heroes among the Norn and stuff. But now when we need Norn in Guild Wars 2, they don't really talk about, like, the heroes of the past. Like, they mentioned Jorah, and they mentioned, like, Nude Whitebear, who's still alive, and they mentioned, like, Asgeir Dragonrender, right, who was, like, probably the biggest Norn hero of all in the last, like, whatever, you know, however many years. But they don't talk about, like, these other, like, oh yeah, this guy was here and he has a monument here, or he has a gravestone here because he was this big hero, and he did all these things or whatever, right? Like, they don't really talk about, they don't really do that, you know, and I wish they would do that more. By the way, what class build do you play in ESO? My main is a Necro Archer, almost max level, and fell out of love with it, so I might swap something else. So I've kind of been switching on and off. So I love Nightblade. I love doing magic-based Nightblade, which is almost like you know, it's like a blood mage in a way, a little bit, you know, it's kind of how I design it. So that's kind of what I've been going for, is kind of doing that. But then that's a healing based one, so leveling with it takes a little bit because I don't have that many abilities to kill enemies, but I can like heal in dungeons and stuff. So I started another character, which is a wood elf. So that character was a dark elf. It's a dark elf, Magicka based Nightblade, and then I have a wood elf archer that I played for like a couple of minutes because I wanted to see how archery was. I liked it. I actually do like archery in ESO, but I didn't really play much. I think he's only like level 5 or something. Then I started a Nightblade, actually a High Elf Nightblade, like stamina-based Nightblade, like a dual wielding. So I'm like stabbing with like knives and stuff, but it's a Nightblade, so I get like the like shadow abilities and stuff like that, whatever, right? So, but I'm mostly focusing on like dual wield of like just stabbing the enemy and like doing that, you know, whatever. And then I started recently, and then yeah, so another character. So I have like all these characters, and so I'm kind of like splitting my time between all of them, so I'm not really getting far with any of them. Then I started a High Elf Arcanist because I realized Arcanist was like one of the newer classes, and I started playing him, and he's really, really cool. He's like damage dealing Arcanist. He's a High Elf, which is really cool. He's just like, he just shoots these green lasers and whatever, right? And it's like, and it's really cool. So I like him a lot. And then the newest one I just started like the day before yesterday. I played like for a couple of hours. And then yesterday I played for like an hour. So it's also a brand new character that I just started, but it's a is it a red guard? A red guard, like a dragon knight, but like a tank. Like, I don't play tank very often, but I could totally see myself playing a tank in ESO. So I wanted to like I wanted to create a super tanky character. So I'm like going full health and full like everything. I'm doing all the morphs and like defensive abilities. I'm going with all defense. I want to see, like, it's probably not the meta way to make it tank. You probably want to go for some damage in there, but I'm going for like full defensive. I want to really see like how chunky and how like defensive you can make a character. So he's wielding a sword and shield, or like a one-handed weapon and a shield, because you can kind of switch it between whatever. So those are my characters. Those are what I have right now. I haven't really gotten, I think the farthest I've gotten is like level 30, 33, 34 on my Arcanist, I think is the farthest I've gotten. So that's kind of, that's where I'm at right now. Asgear. I mean, is it Asgear? Asgear Dragon Render. I don't know, whatever. Make fun of me all you want, it's fine. My favorite build I have made is dual wield burn bleed Dragonite, like a lot of the class. Oh, that's an interesting idea, because there's a lot of burn and bleed on Dragonite. I noticed, or not, I don't know if there's, is there bleed? There's probably some bleed on there too. But I noticed that there was like a lot of fire and earth abilities on the Dragonite. I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool. Like, it kind of makes me want to make like a fire earth mage type of thing Dragonite. I really love the like build craft in ESO. It's really, really cool. Might swap my Necro to Greatsword, Ice Staff, and see how that goes. Gonna take a bit to build up all the skills levels with new weapons. Arcanist is too OP, and the devs said they don't know how to fix it, so it's gonna stay broken. I mean, they can just lower the damage. Honestly, like, because you have to, like, it's so easy to just burn through any enemy. Like, first of all, like, it should be really simple to fix it, because I can tell you, like, I don't know how it is at the very end game and having like a meta build Arcanist or whatever, but I can tell right off the bat that like my bread and butter skill, where I fire those 3 runes or whatever they are, like I shoot out these like 3 runes or whatever, they do okay damage. I don't think they're OP or whatever, but then the morph is like an AoE that does like damage. So you have like a bread and butter AoE ability at long range, so that's already like really powerful. I'm like, okay, maybe lower the damage a little bit on that. Like, I think the 3rd hit shouldn't be doing as much damage as the first 2 hits. If it's an AoE, I think it should be a little bit lower. And then the thing is, like, you get these cruxes, I think they call it, where if you get 3 of them, right, like some of your other abilities get stronger, and you have this like green beam that you can use, which is like one of the other skills. And like using that beam is so powerful when you have 3 cruxes. I literally can melt all these enemies, just, and it's an AoE. It's not even just like one enemy that I'm attacking, but it's an AoE. So I have like, there's like 4 enemies coming at me, and I just shoot the beam into the group and they're all gone. Like, it should really be like a single target ability, and then maybe have one of the morphs be where it's like, oh, you can hit other enemies, but having that be an AoE is kind of crazy. It should really be changed to like a single target like beam attack where you can only hit one enemy with it at a time. I think that would already change the way that the class, like, it's very OP in that sense. So I don't know. Dragonite Burn Poison Archer is meta. Oh really? Is it? Interesting. That's the way the skills work that make it OP, not the damage, but I hear it's what they say. The Armor Fire Melee laser skill is the most OP in this elite skill people call orbital laser. Yes, I did use that as well. Arcanus is basically good, yeah, and that's the thing. The elite skill is not necessarily that overpowered. I just think in combination with the other abilities, like it's kind of there, right? Like it takes a long time to build up that laser more than other elite skills, I feel like, on other classes. But I really think that green laser, that they can change. Like, it's not, you know, even if you say, well, it's not necessarily the numbers, but like they could definitely either lower the numbers or make that beam like single target. Because I think, oh, lunar token. Because I think it's kind of overpowered. What are you guys doing up there? Who are you guys attack? Why is Jorah over there? Do you guys see Jorah? Jorah's hanging out over there. We'll talk to her at some point. We're not talking to her right now. But anyway, so yeah, that's kind of ESO. I don't know if I don't think I'm gonna stream ESO. I'm not, you know, I don't know how the content creation scene is for ESO, but I don't think that I'm popular enough to really get a following there. I mean, I can't even get a following in Guild Wars 2, so, or in Guild Wars anyways. So alright, let's go. Oh my god, do I not have any? I don't have any condition plans. Boy, we're hobbling along. Slowly. Warden's ice skills is fun too. That was one that I do want to do, is like do a warden with ice skills. That was one of the builds, and then that was the character I was gonna create before I saw Arcanus, and I was like, ooh, Arcanus, ooh, I want to try that out. So I might do that at some point.
Why are you here?
I might do that at some point. Oh, did we read? We didn't read Gunner's Hold, did we? Yeah, we did not read. So Gunner's Hold, let's read about Gunner's Hold, which is like the largest settlement of the Norn. The armorer, Gunner Poundfist, claims current ownership over this massive hearthstead, the longest occupied of all Norn settlements. The Great Hold has changed names numerous times over the years, controlled and claimed by many powerful Norn. Gunner is a notable smith, a profession that earns great respect within the Norn community, enough so that Poundfist's claim on Gunner's Hold has stood for quite some time, as most other Norn are wary of losing his goodwill. So, you know, Norn lived for a long time, so, you know, those blasted crafters selling our children pauldrons and helms and shields. When I was a kid, I only needed a sword, a bear skin, and a few tattoos. Tell you what, the more elemental dust you bring me, the less the crafters will have for making armor. So we're trying to make the crafters not make armor for kids. That's interesting. Oh, and then we have Kaldor the Merciless over here. You want to fight me too?
Who sent you?
We're fighting all these Norn today. Because every time we defeat one, I do think we gain Norn reputation. We have 248. Yeah, so it actually went up. 248 gives us, what, 15? Is that 25? It gave us 25. I don't even know math. Alright, we have Jotun. Jotun and Guild Wars 1, you guys. Jotun and Guild Wars 1, again, remember, we talked about this way early on in the stream. Early on in Guild Wars 1, or in Guild Wars 1 specifically, there was many like races and characters and stuff, and many of them didn't get any background, right? There's not, like, you didn't hear about the Ettins and the Jotun and the different, like, you know, and the Crate and the Naga and the whatever, right? Like, you didn't get these deep backstories that we get in Guild Wars 2, where they're trying to, like, widen this, you know, like, really build the world even on different races other than humans. Since in Guild Wars 1 you can only play humans, you get all this info on humans. But yeah, these are the Jotun in Guild Wars 1. This is what they look like. Look very different to the Guild Wars 2 counterpart. And they get, I don't think they get any background whatsoever. They're just random creatures that hang out in the mountains. That's it. Like, I don't think there's anything in particular where we get it. I have a Necro, and I'm making another character because I'm never satisfied. Yeah, I know, but it's not that hard to level to 50. I don't think. I mean, I'm casually playing, and I'm already like level 34. If I were to like really invest time and really go in, I could probably get it done in like a weekend. So I feel like just, you know, you have like plenty of character slots. So just make new characters, and eventually you'll have them all leveled up to 50, and then you can decide from that point, like, okay, who's gonna be my main, or who am I gonna keep playing as, or whatever, you know. Yeah, ask us why you're playing. Yeah, I do play it. Like I said, I don't think I'm gonna really get involved with it. I do love the lore of Elder Scrolls and stuff, and I think for the most part, they do a really good job with it, but again, I don't think I'm gonna become like an Elder Scrolls content creator. I don't know enough about the world, and I would have to really sit down and learn about the world. And God, no, okay. I need to look at these guys. Are they doing okay on energy? Vec is doing pretty good. He's not using Gale too much. I think they're all doing pretty good, as long as we're not falling like past like 25% of energy at any time. Oh look, we have Fyoda, not Fyodor, but Fyoda. So I think they're doing okay. I think these new heroes are actually doing a pretty good job. Hello, Wild Woman. Fyoda, Wild Woman. Kill her, attack her, don't kill her. They're gonna revamp the details of the starting zone. Oh really? Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. Yeah, I'll once they do that, I'll probably make another character. I'll probably make that Warden Ice Mage looking whatever. Because you know, you guys know I love my water and ice magic in games, and I feel like that would be really, really cool. Specifically water magic, but in RPGs it's always like hand in hand. Water and ice always go hand in hand, which is stupid because it's not the same thing. Like WoW does like cross mage incredibly well, and no other MMO does it like it, because they don't have it as a healing thing. It's a damage dealing thing, and most MMOs don't understand that water and ice aren't the same. Like, I get having water as the healing thing. I totally get that, right? I get it because it's like, oh, water is like the source of all life, and it heals, and you know, it's refreshing, and blah blah blah, whatever. I get it, right? But like ice, what about ice is healing? Like nothing. Ice isn't healing. All right, we get more corpses, meaning that there's probably going to be another encounter. Ooh, we have a boss here. Baglarog Grumblesnord. Look at him. He's like, I'm coming for you with my big stick. Oh my god, we have a big frost worm here too. Holy crap. Uh-oh. They're killing my croc. Literally killing him. Stop it! I gotta get this boss down. I mean, we're doing pretty good. We're not dying or anything, so. Hey, so when you kill bosses, you get like extra stuff. So you get an extra 50 reputation points. The Norn really like us now. Well, not really, but oh, another frost. Oh, this is the same frost one. I thought we killed him. Ice Mage Warden is quite good in ESO. Oh, that's good. Good to know. Ooh, I'm excited about that. You get better barrier from staff skills and damage from the Warden Ice skills. Loss of protection buff, or whatever it's called. Oh, okay. That's pretty exciting. Yeah, I'll try that at some point. Alright, kill it. Kill the frostworm. Oh, wrong ability. So tough. Go down already. Alright, coolio. We did it. Abaddon is dead, and I assure you, Grants will not make the mistake that the other gods did. We will not hear from Abaddon again in this lifetime or the next. But maybe the one after that. Dun dun dun! Kid of Guild Wars 3 having, like, an Abaddon expansion. Ooh, 25 enemies slain, you gain 15% Norn reputation. Lovely. We get these cool flags with the bears on them, very Norn. Oh god, there's a Norn bear. He's here. Alright, we say the Norn bear again, don't let it get away. And Ogden says, at last, let us be done with this distraction. Taste my axe, you oversized brug. Ogden, you don't have an axe. You wield a staff, you're a healer. Oh my god, I'm dying. Help! Too much going on. Oh my god, putrid explosion killed me. It did so much damage and killed my pet on top of that. Holy crap. Alright, the Norn bear ran away again. Holy crap, that was wild. Oh, my pet is dead. Revive it. Alright, so you ran away again. We still can't get the Norn bear. Alright, okay, there's Olefa Bear Dancer. Hello, Miss Bear Dancer.
Are you hunting something?
I am hunting you right now, if that counts.
Never anger a Norn.
Alright, 33 skills, but we do get an extra reputation. So slowly our reputation with the Norn is getting there, right? We already have 435 points and we just started today. So we're doing great. That you would slot that are becoming just normal passives that you don't need to slot anymore. Oh, okay, that's pretty cool. I don't know much about the champion tree stuff. I've heard of it, but I don't really know what it is. So, all right. So now, as you guys can see, it's midday. Sun is up, right? Like we're journeying. So we went from like, you know, nighttime over here at the Ice Cliff Chasms. If I go back to it, it's still nighttime there, right? But we went from nighttime to midday. Or a morning to midday, right? The Viraja Fells, it's midday here. So it's very beautiful. You get this cheerful music. You can hear the same music in Guild Wars 2, in the mountains, I think, right? This plays in Guild Wars 2.
Who sent you?
All right. Olgra the Cantankerous. Let's impress him so that he can give us a buff. So that, whoa, we killed him. He like died.
Who goes there?
All right. So we don't really need to talk to them. I don't think they really tell us anything specific. Yeah, but it makes my new character really fun because you can start off OP, big boost to movement speed. Yeah, I remember that there was, because I did play ESO at some point like a lot more, and I've had like level 50 characters and stuff. I just don't remember anything about it. This is like years ago now. But I do remember that like in that tree, like I went for like movement speed and stuff because I love being able to move around in games really quickly. Like that's why I went for the new relic in Guild Wars 2, the relic of the Wayfinder, which gives you like all this movement speed automatically, and if you enter combat you get super speed. It's great. I love it. I'm like moving around so fast. Alright, so I'm going to do a quick stop here on the way to the next zone that we're going to, because we're going down the mountain now. But I'm going to do a quick little stop here. We have these really cool Berserker Wendigos. Wendigos were enemies in Guild Wars 1, which is really, really cool. I love the idea of Wendigos being in the Guild Wars lore. Reduce fall damage was like wood elf with wood elf, fall damage reduction, like taking jumping off cliffs for shortcut. Yeah, I keep doing that where I jump off and I'm like, oh my god, I almost died. I did that today. I played a little bit. I played like I think about an hour earlier today, of my new like tank guy, my Dragon Knight tank, and I jumped off a cliff and I lived with like 2% health, and I was like, oh my god. I'm going to this area up here. I do want to stop there. There's an outpost here. I would like to go there. We actually see some mod near. We see some centaurs up in the mountains, which is very interesting because we don't really, we don't see that in Guild Wars 2 at all. There's like no centaurs. Well, there's some centaurs in the mountains, but not in the Far Shiver Peaks. Far Shiver Peaks doesn't have any centaurs.
Who sent you?
9 kills. We don't have a lot of kills, but yeah, so we actually get some mod near in the Far Shiver Peaks here. And move that over. What is this? 4, 6, 2. I guess I'm gonna do this one. I think our killing is going a little bit faster now, with Gwen being specifically like damage based, and I think Vex having cracked armor. Cracked armor is really nice, I think, just because, as far as I remember, like cracked armor is like increased like physical damage, and we have a lot of physical attackers with all these Paragon in the group, so there's like some really interesting synergy happening. But I'm kind of worried about, do you see how far the gray, that's the overcast, that's really low. Onward to Icefruit Saga. Woo. Lunar token. This way. Yeah, I kind of, like I said, at some point I want to do that as well. I kind of want to go through the whole story, the whole Dragon Saga, because, you know, I'm one of those people that, like, I played it and streamed it as they came out. So they're all, like, kind of disconnected from each other. Oh my god, this is so hot. But they're all, like, kind of disconnected in my brain. Like, I know what happens in each one, but I feel like there's a little bit more of a different flow when you play through all of it and, like, you know, pretty close together and, like, you know, and like the string. Okay, so I'm not gonna keep looking at this. Jorah is here. We're not talking to her again. I'm not talking to her, unless there's automatic. I accept your eagerness, but I doubt you're up to the challenge. I fear I must complete my task on my own. So we keep getting told by her to you know, get the fuck away.
goes there?
24 kills. Oh my god, I'm gonna get one. Let me get one kill here. We have Bison. Look, we have Dolyak. Dolyak hanging out. You know, they're friendly. It's a baby Dolyak. But these are the Guild Wars 1 Dolyaks. But then we have these Bison, which are not as friendly. Have a lot more horns. Different kind of horns, but they're very close to what Dolyak look like. Alright, so let's talk to her again, because she's gonna be like, oh, you have 25 kills, here's whatever. Finally, new weapons, especially a two-handed with 5 skills.
Why are you here?
Can't wait to be done with Ice Brood. Ice Brood was... I liked Ice Brood. Ice Brood was pretty good in the terms of, like... It's just... It was cut off, right? Like, that's the thing that drives me crazy. Oh, they don't say anything on here? Okay. Anyways. It's just... It's cut off, which is really irritating to me, that it was, like, cut off at the end. Other than that, it was... I thought it was pretty good. And, you know, they rushed the whole Primordius part of it, but... That's the only aspect. So we came from down there, so we can kind of look at like the journey that we took. I think, right? Is there a camera? Yeah. All right, so here we are. We're at Olafstead. So this Olaf Olafsson, who we saw earlier, he's the guy that we first met with Jorah. It was Sif Shadowhunter and Olaf Olafsson that were kind of belittling her. But yeah, you can kind of look over the area. This is one of those outposts that I really love because it's in the middle of one map, which I think is always really cool to see it in the middle of one map. It's not like, you know, Gunnar's Hold is on the side of one area, right? Same with like Eye of the North, it's on the side of one area. So it's like you could look out and you would maybe see like part of this one area, right? But like Olafstead is so cool because it's like on top of this mountain, so you can see the entire area that you can venture. You can venture all the way to that area over there, which is like back here. I think I'm looking at right now, or something. I don't know. But yeah, you can see the gates even, right? There's like the gate we came through. There's a gate over there, right? And you could like go around and like look at all these different areas. I think it's really cool having it right in the middle of the area. Like you can go through here. Like up there in that area, they have like all these griffins. That's like a griffin area up there, and you can find all these griffins up there. So it's really cool, and it's kind of cool to see like, I don't know, the environment and stuff. Anyways, we'll be talking to all these characters at some point. We're just journeying through. We're just passing by. All right. Do they say anything different now, or are they just? No. DRMs, you get ways you to solo them. Yeah. I've been doing DRMs a little bit, and I think they're pretty. They're easier. Oh, Olaf said it actually tells you now. I guess it was glitching out earlier. It actually tells you now. I didn't even read about. Oh no. Okay, earlier there was no name there when I click on it, but it doesn't give you any info either. But let's read about Olafstead. Olaf Olafsson, the 7th Olaf in his family line. This squat, Hilltop Ford, overlooks Varaja Fells. The grass-covered keep is a haven for Norn hunters to rest between battles and tell tales by the fireside. Olaf is also the reigning champion of Great Norn Aelmud, and his notoriety draws younger Norn to his fireside to hear stories of his mighty battles of Great Noon Aelmud, which is something that we can partake in that as well, I believe, which is like this really interesting thing. Here's a little tidbit, and actually, let me see if I can make that happen. Let me see if I can make it a thing. There's something that can happen right outside of Olafstead, and I want to see if I can make it happen. Let's see. I don't know if I need to get like closer, or if you can see them from far away already. I don't know how far the draw distance is on enemies, but okay, it's definitely close enough. It doesn't. I don't know how often. I don't think you have to do it that often, but Trying to like see. There it is. You guys see it right there? You can get a group of white moa to spawn. And there's only certain places where they will spawn. I could go over there and I could capture one of these guys to be in our group. But they run away. They're just like this group of white moa. We could have these guys as a pet. And they run away. And they only spawn once in a while outside. Outside of here. There's a couple of areas that they will spawn outside. I think these guys just run like in circles or something around this map now. They spawn in like a couple of different locations. Oh, I want to get the blessing or whatever. But yeah, so that's another thing that we could have as a pet. You know, polar bear, white wolf, iguana, white moa. Da da da. Kill the Minotaur. Alright, let's go. And we're about to, so we're now descending the mountain. Just so you guys know, we're as you guys see how the snow gives way to like the tundra area. So we're moving down the mountains now. We're kind of done with the mountains for a little bit, so it was kind of nice seeing some of the Norn areas. We got some outposts unlocked, right? I have the North and Gunner's Hold and Olafstead, which are all three very important outposts. So Inga Caveborn.
Are you hunting something?
I want to do, well, you know what?
Why are you here?
2 kills, that's all I got. Why are you here? Why are you here? Alright, Aurochs, you want to kill those. These are the healers of the group. You guys can see they use, like, monk skills. And, we don't need that kind of negativity in our life, so kill that. As you guys can see, they're surviving really well. I think that was thunderclap, that little lightning that we saw. Alright, and we get this like really cool, there's not that many areas in the game that have these trees, these like pine trees, but they're not snow covered. I don't think there's a lot of areas like that. So I think this is a very unique place in the world. But it's very, this is what Drizzlewood Coast was based off of. So remember, we're going to Floxen excavations, right? Like Drizzlewood happens right over here, okay? Like Drizzlewood is like going on right over here. So we're actually moving towards the area. So Drizzlewood was inspired by this look, right? These big, tall pine trees. Not a lot of snow, some snow, but not a lot of snow, right? Like, but colder climate, like just like tundra-esque, right? So this is one of the only areas that really looks like that, because we're gonna go, like, once we go down here, I don't think it looks quite like this anymore. But we'll see it in a second. Look at all these guys. Who's up there? There's, oh, just a black wolf. We could get one of these black wolves to be in our group. I thought there was a boss there. Is there a boss? Isn't there usually a boss around here somewhere? I don't see one. Thought there was one. But if we can just like kind of escape through the middle here. Alright, and there's a little cave here with Jotun. Lovely. Always fun. See, look at them. Look at how ugly they look in Guild Wars 1. Just look at them. Look at this guy in particular. That's what the Jotun look like in Guild Wars 1. Are you kidding me? They look so different now. I mean, not that they're pretty in Guild Wars 2 by any means, but they just look very different. Oh, I wasn't attacking. I was like, come on, what are we doing? Is there a healer in here? I didn't even look at that. Is there one of these guys a healer? I'm gonna go for that guy. He's a necromancer. Oh, I'm going for the mesmer. Go for the mesmer. Oh, 28. Tough ass thing. Jotun. See in a long battle like that, but even in a long battle like that, I think there was some kind of AI that tells them that they shouldn't be using like overcast ability. Oh my god, overcast abilities if they're like at like half energy or something. I don't know. He's doing pretty good. He's using a thunderclap on him and stuff. Alright, we got a Luna token and a Jotun Pale. And we have Edda Oak Smasher. Edda Oak Smasher. Hello.
Who goes there?
Who goes there? It is I, the master of all.
Who sent you?
16 kills. Alright. Anyways, we're moving on. We're going to the next area. We're going to the Verdant Cascades, and we see a viney vines hanging out. But this is this is technically considered part of the Asuran territory. But we're gonna step into like Asuran stuff now. While it is Verdant Cascades, again, Guild Wars 2, you will kind of see this area. It looks very different, but we actually get different crew members here. So their shrines, their resurrection shrines look different than the Norn ones. But we get the Purifier crew member here.
Why are you bothering me?
Gracious, you startled me. I was looking over the plans for a scent cleaning aromatic. We Asura have very sensitive noses. It's hard to work here with all the smells from these monsters. Why don't you give us a hand and get rid of them and their stench? I'll even give you a little something to help in that task. Alright, so we're gonna exit the cave here. Again, very Guild Wars 1 to go into the cave one side, switch to the map, and then exit the cave on the other side. Oh, we get more Jotun. But yeah, so you guys see the pine trees are gone now. And there's more like, you know, we get different music now and stuff. And it's very much like more tropical, right? There's like a fern tree, like a fern bush right here. Alright, can we focus on like one dude at a time? Like I'm not losing any health. Like everyone's doing great on health, but damage-wise, we're lacking. Slack-a-lacking. Come on. Lovely. Yeah, so we're stepping out into the Verdant Cascades. And again, it looks like it's getting maybe like midday to like afternoon. Like I wouldn't say this is evening, but it's like afternoon look, right? So, but here we are, and there's another Purifier crew guy. Obviously, we don't have to fight these guys, so it's a little bit different.
Why are you bothering me?
Why are you bothering me? Yeah, so we have a river coming through. it's much more tropical, right? Like the idea is much more like you can see all the trees and stuff. It's much more tropical. All right, these wind riders are a pain in the behind. So hopefully I can get through them. There's a boss in the middle of that called Wildem Rasp Spew. Hopefully we can kind of get past these guys without much. As you guys can see, there's a lot of health concerns here right now. And just a boss. Alright, let's just kill the boss. Shouldn't be that hard. Boom. We did it! And we are now getting a Surin reputation. And let's look at that. So in Norn title we have 633. And probably way down here somewhere, maybe a certain title right there. 61. All right. But yeah, so we're in the more tropical area where that cave is supposed to be like the transition between the like icy mountains. And we get other creatures here and different music and different atmosphere. And it's supposed to give us a little introduction to the tropical area that is the Maguma, not the Maguma jungle, but the like tarnished coast area of the Maguma jungle, which is like the outline of the coastal area. Oh my god, another group of these? Again, we're not losing a lot. We're very defensive with our shouts and things like that, so that's kind of nice. But that also means we're kind of lacking damage we could be doing. So it is what it is, I suppose. Get him! Dead. Oh, we have a locked chest. I can use my lock pick. Worth 750 gold. It's probably gonna break. Always breaks. 50% chance. Yeah, it broke. Always does. And I got a crappy scythe. Alright, we have a collector here. Let's see what the collector says.
I'm busy.
I was wounded out in the field trying to catch up with my battle crew. It was those blasted Skelk. I wish I had a necklace of their claws. Here, tall one, go out and fight me 5 Skelk claws so I can make a trophy from their remains. I will reward you if you like with. So we get a little really cool like rope bridge. And yeah, definitely more tropical trees looking, you know, with these plants over here. These are like elephant ears. You know, they're very common where I live. We have like, I have elephant ears in my yard, and they can grow to be massive. My mom used to keep a lot of elephant ears, and like, you think this is big? Oh my god. There's like, she would have elephant ears that like the leaves were as big as I was. They get huge. They're a very tropical plant. And they're kind of, I guess they're considered like weeds, but they're actually like, I don't know, they're kind of cool. They're kind of cool looking. If you get them like really nice and like massive like that, they're really, really cool. So. All right, we're making our way forward. There's a cave here. Looks like spider webs in there. Is there spiders in there? I don't really remember. What's in here? Let's go check it out. Oh, well, yeah, there's my question answered. We got some spiders. Alright, so we just got the Hunt Rampage. You gain double bonus points for the next 45 seconds, or for every enemy you kill, but if you don't kill an enemy for 45 seconds, that bonus ends. I don't think... Oh my god. Bloodweaver, Venom. Oh, there's a snow worm. Okay. I think we're going the wrong way because this loops around to the right, so I'm gonna go back around. snow worms. There's actually like a thing that you can do over there. I'm not doing that right now, but I might at some point. Yeah, so as we kill enemies, we kind of refresh our hunt rampage. So we're getting 2 per kill right now, which means that we're really boosting our certain title. We're already at 88. We just started and we're already at 88, so it's kind of nice. So if you can maintain that, you can earn some lot of points, because the thing is we have a certain bodyguard level 1. It can go up to level 4, I think, where you get like an extra 4, or is it 4 points per kill or something. And then if you have the hunt rampage, depending you know, how your bonuses work out and stuff, sometimes you get favorable bonuses, sometimes you don't, you know, it's very random. But you can earn, I mean, you can earn double, oh, another market. You can earn double reputation from that, right? So instead of 4, you're an 8 per kill. So if I grew, you know, I kill a group of like, you know, 10 of them, I get 80 points. Like, that's crazy, you know? Like, really, really quickly, you can build up some stuff there. Really build up that reputation with the people. Alright, let's kill these guys. Scout Afflictor. These are like all dinosaur-y looking, the scouts. They're not like the scouts in Guild Wars 1 or Guild Wars 2. And there we go. Get some flowers out here. Notice the trespassers. Alright, so we have Ulfar Leadfoot. And he actually has I'm the fastest one on this side of the Shiver Peaks. Don't believe me? Gather around and hear me out. That's right. Get all your party members over here and I'll tell you all about the race. Or are you scared? Have you got what it takes? So he actually gets a you can actually do a race against him. I'm not gonna do that right now. I might do that at some point.
Me?
You get 20 certain points. Okay. And we go into, again, they don't give us a name. I don't know if there's something going on, like if there's a bug or something where we don't get any info on this. But anyways, so we have the Umbro Grotto. I'm sorry, I said Flocks and Excavations. The Flocks and Excavations are like down here. I was talking about Umbro Grotto. Right? Is that what I was talking about? Oh, the Flocks and Excavations are right here. They're down. They actually, it's a cave. It's a cave system. But the Umbro Grotto is actually the one that's the actual outpost. So this is from, again, Guild Wars 2. You can come in here. Didn't I compare this at some point? I think I compared this. I want to say this was part of the comparison streams that I did, where I compared some of the Shiver Peaks or the, I don't know. Maybe this didn't come up. I felt like I remember doing something like this. There's another polymorph person. But yeah, anyways, it's a small little outpost, Umbro Grotto, which does appear name-wise in the in Guild Wars 2 as well if you're in Drizzlewood Coast, right? It's part of that. Currently farming Celestial Challenge now since the new week. Oh yeah, there you go. I need to do that too. I never do Lunar New Year, but anyways. So let's read about the Umbro Grotto, tucked beneath the dark granite of the mountain fastness. The Umbro Grotto is a lurking place for those who wish to keep their activities shrouded in shadow. The caverns beneath are overrun with stone-summit dwarfs from the southern Shiver Peaks, making the grotto a dangerous place to wander. All right, so this grotto is overrun by stone summit that have ventured there from the south. Impatient. Yeah, well, you have a lot of slots, and there's a lot of different builds that you can create, you know? So, alright, I'm gonna take a short break, you guys. I'll be back in a few minutes. So, I'll be right back, guys. All right. You like the music? Music is always good. Yeah, certain music is really, really good. I grabbed a small little bag of chips. I hope you guys are enjoying those. I'm having a really good time with this so far. I mean, we kind of went like, I mean, here we kind of explored like a little bit, but then we went like straight for it. These areas are huge. Varaja Fells like goes like further north. Like I think this whole lake you can explore, and it goes like all the way over here and over here. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. What to make? What to make? Yeah, it's story time. I mean, I don't know. Is it story time? Do I tell interesting stories? Iguana is still winning, which is really funny. I mean, there's only been 4 votes, but Iguana's been winning. So I hope you guys are gonna really like the regional lore. Like as I'm looking at this map, like this particular map, I use quite a bit in I think it's actually cut off a little bit. I think I cut it off like up here and stuff. Like, let's see. But anyways, in the regional lore video series that I have coming, like I use this a lot. And like, I'm so glad that I'm getting that series done. It's really like, you guys don't understand. There's like certain things where I'm like, I've been wanting to do that series, that particular series, like regional lore video series. I've been wanting to do for a long time. It's been on my mind, I want to say since like Secrets of the Obscure, or maybe even before. No, I don't know if it's been before Secrets of the Obscure. Might have been before Secrets of the Obscure. I would love to know the earliest time that I ever mentioned the regional lore intro series, but you know, and I'm like, man, I don't know when that's gonna happen. And I was so glad that that series is coming out, so very excited, very excited. All right. Alright, I'm gonna keep eating these. It's just a small little bag of like, they're not Lay's, they're like knockoff Lay's from Walmart. But that's pretty much it. Salted original. I'm gonna keep eating these because I'm kind of starving. But hey, whatever. Alright, so did we read about this? Yes, we did. So we're going into flocks and excavations. This is one of the dredge. So we have a dredge guy here. This is what they look like in Guild Wars 1. We can get a close-up of this mole guy. It's like a naked mole rat. The teeth jutting out and stuff. They look way grosser in Guild Wars 1 than they do in Guild Wars 2, I think. But he has a symbol above his head, right? He has this like big door symbol above his head. And this is a dungeon. So every dungeon in the world of Guild Wars 1 has like an associated quest that you have to do to kind of get through. Like, I don't know if you have to do the quest to get through the dungeon, but in order to get like the rewards for it or whatever, like you have to like talk to them, and like that's a dungeon quest right here. By the way, I'm gonna go back to the Ave North real quick. Why am I gonna get sued because I'm eating their product? I'm using their product. I don't think Walmart really gives a shit that I'm eating their chips on stream. But hey, you know what? Maybe I'll get some cloud for it. Maybe people are gonna be like, "Whoa, Arali is so defiant of people. He's just eating all these name brand things, or you know, whatever."
Who goes there?
So I totally forgot. We were supposed to talk to this guy earlier. Written evidence, remember? We had to talk to Gwen first, though. You didn't know? It's important to keep a journal of your achievements. It was Gwen's idea. You can keep track of things you do to help Gwen in your hero's handbook, and record your achievements below ground in a master dungeon guide. Don't worry, I can provide you with blank copies of either book. I've heard there are other books around for detailing what you have done to help out, but you'll need to find those on your own. So I want the hero's handbook. So I'm gonna move this up here. Anytime you see members of the Ebon Vanguard, offer to lend them any assistance. You're ever going to defeat the shark, helping out the Vanguard. Yeah, I already did this. So the dungeon guide, you can do that hard mode or regular mode. Same with the hero's handbook, but we'll be doing the dungeon guide once we are through the main game. But we do have the hero's handbook, and it kind of fills in the blank as we go. So beginning of the end, earthquakes have ripped through Tyria, Cantha, and Alona, leaving gaping. I don't know why there's like a rat. Like, that's kind of weird, but leaving gaping fissures in the pockmarked land. In the aftermath, explorers discovered a maze of underground complexes called the Depths. In these depths, I found Ogden, Stonehealer, and his dwarven party fleeing their supply depot. Moments later, powerful inhuman creatures called Destroyers attacked us, but we escaped with the help of an Asura named Vek. He led us through a magical gate to the far Shiver Peaks, a rigid land far from home. There we encountered one of the natives, a hulking Norn woman named Jorah. She had little time or patience for strangers, but directed us to a great structure called the Eye of the North. After a long and arduous journey, we found several other humans at our destination, including soldiers of the Ebon Vanguard and a young Ascalonian woman named Gwen. Ogden, Veg, and Gwen have their own ideas of what must be done next, but we will travel together. There is, as they say, strength in numbers. So the missing Vanguard. Gwen is a refugee from Ascalon and a former prisoner of the Char. Fleeing north after her escape, she joined up with an Ascalonian unit called the Ebon Vanguard, led by Captain Langmar. The bulk of that unit has been patrolling the Char homelands in the east. They've been raiding the Char homelands in the east. Yeah, I was like, what? They've been raiding the Char rear echelon and tying up forces that would otherwise be in Ascalon. Their return is long overdue, and Gwen fears the worst. I can't read apparently today. Impatient and angry at the Char, Gwen wants us to find the Ebon Vanguard. If we don't, I fear that she may go after them by herself. Right, and then Northern allies. Ogden feels our best course of our action is rallying allies against the destroyers. After being chased from the depths, I can see his point. Precious few dwarves and humans live in this land, and the few who do aren't here to hunt monsters. The largest group of natives in the mountains are the Norn, a proud, independent race of huge, shape-changing warriors. The first Norn we met, Jorah, was friendlier than most, but she has lost her ability to become the bear. Because she can't change her shape, she has little status among her people, but she may be our best hope for convincing the Norn that the destroyers are a threat. Ogden certainly hopes so. The knowledgeable Asura. Vec is extremely concerned about the destroyers. His people were driven from their underground homes by these creatures. Now the destroyers have taken over the central transfer chamber, the hub of many magical Asura gates. He believes his fellow Asura, with their superior intellect, will come up with a viable plan to defeat the destroyers. Finding them, however, will be a challenge. After their exodus from the depths, many of the Asura settled along the Tarnished Coast. If we can't find a functioning gate free of destroyers, we'll be in for a long walk. And I think that's it. That's all we have. Yeah. Oh no, and against the destroyers is like a threat has erupted from the depths of Tyria. The destroyers, merciless, mindless, destructive creatures, have emerged from the dark heart of the earth. They've driven underground races like the Asura to the surface and tested the defenses of the dwarves. The destroyers have overrun the Asura's central transfer chamber, the hub of a series of magical gates, and now threaten the entire surface world. Some of the dwarves feel that an ultimate battle is coming. as chronicled in the Tome of the Rubicon. Tome of Rubicon? It's Tome of the Rubicon. For the moment, we need to find allies, resources, and most of all, knowledge to defeat this threat to the human lands. To the human lands. Like, none of the other lands matter. Just the human lands. It's Zintel, the sun god Zintel. We met a deity today, guys. But anyway, so this is the handbook. So as you go so this is a path, like the missing vanguard is a path, the northern ally is a path, and the knowledgeable Asura is a path, right? As you go along and you do these different steps, you'll start filling it out, and then once you have filled out these 3, then you go to against the destroyers and you fill out the rest. Okay, so that's how it's gonna go. I'm gonna try to keep up with reading those as we go. And yeah, so let's go. So we're not worried about that. Like I said, we're gonna be doing the dungeons at some point, but our journey right now is gonna take us to the Asuran lands. So we're inside of the Floxen excavations. We're inside of this cave, and we have some albino rats. We can actually have these, I think, as pets as well. Not really fan of rats as pets. I had a friend once who had a rat as a pet. You know, whatever. I mean, they're kind of like, they live in cages, and I don't know how much personality rats have. You know, I don't know if, you know, maybe they have great personalities. I don't know. My pet just died. Great. Awesome. Love that my pet is dead. Alright, I need everyone to focus on the healer here of this group. My pet died again. Oh, there's another. Oh my god, this is why we're dying. It's because there's all these healers. And we're doing this one. Perfect. So the rest shouldn't be a problem. I'll probably go on to like 11, so we'll do like another little bit over an hour. I don't want to go too late today, but I've been having a really good time, so I don't want to stop yet. Especially since we haven't even gotten to our destination. We can open up Floxus Falls, where we're going. So this is a dungeon. You guys saw the guy that was over there, the dredge that was there. So we're going through the first floor of a dungeon, but instead of actually going through the dungeon, which like there's you know, we're going back up, like you can see the up arrow on the stairs here. There is another, like, a way to get to like a lower level that we would be going towards for if we were doing the dungeon, right? But we're not doing the dungeons, we're kind of passing by. And we have these guys, the parasitic growths and stuff. Those are really annoying enemies to fight. While they are stationary enemies, they're still really annoying. Kill this cave aloe, please. Healer and all that. I don't want that stuff. Get out of here. Get out of here. Oh my god. I don't know. Is there a healer? Oh, there's a healer here. Wait, is it the fungal? No. Yeah, the fungal bloom. We gotta attack the fungal bloom. Yeah, see how tanky they are? Oh my god. Because they all use, like, you can see all these, like, wells and stuff around. They're, like, healing each other and helping each other. 0 is the damage there. Oh, so Perfect. Let's get this guy. He heals as well. Alright, it shouldn't be that hard. See, the rest fall really quickly. Once you get all the healers gone, wow. So much, so fast. Alright, you get this like underground cave here. It's really cool. I love the underground areas. There's one particular cave, I've shown it off before, and I will once again at some point. I mean, it's gonna take us a while to get there. It's one of the dungeon caves that you can go into, but it's so cool. You just go in and it's just like freaking amazing. You know, it's like looks really, really cool. And it really makes me wish that we had more caves like that in Guild Wars 2. Like caves and underground stuff. Like we don't have a lot of that, and I would love to see a lot of it. Okay, here is something interesting. Oh, I didn't even get... Oh, I did get... So, in the underground areas, specifically in all the dungeons and stuff for Eye of the North, we also have a Dwarven. You guys can kind of see Dwarven Raider. So we have a Dwarven title as well. They haven't really talked about the Eldrimore title track right here. So, there is a Dwarven title as well, and Dwarven skills. Up until now, we've talked about Norn, we've talked about Asura, we've talked about the Ebon Vanguard, you know, so we talked about those, but there's another faction of the Dwarves, which it's very interesting, and it's something that's a little bit alluded at, like, to in this journal. So, because as you guys can see, there's 4 sections here, right? So we have the Ebon Vanguard, which, you know, is the missing Vanguard stuff, right? We have the Norn, Northern Allies, and the Knowledgeable Asura, right? But then we have this last section, and that's pretty much where we get a little bit more on the dwarfs. That's where the dwarfs get more involved in stuff. And we don't really have a dwarven presence here, but the dwarves will get more involved in the story later on, but that happens like later on. And then they are the ones where, on the surface levels, on the surface areas, you gain reputation points with those different factions, but then underground it's all like dwarven stuff. All right, so we go through here. There's something really interesting, unique, kind of not unique, but it doesn't happen too often. There's like a random thing that happens. So as you go through here, I think this happens. Does this happen? Or I'm trying to remember if I'm like completely crazy if this doesn't always happen. And I'm gonna go to... Oh god, there it is. There's a... Everyone move out of the way. Oh my god, it kills us. This rock will instantly kill us if it rolls over you. It just killed that guy. So this will randomly, and it showed up on the map. I was waiting for it to happen, but it shows up on the map, like it'll roll through all the way. Yeah, and so someone died to it, but I was waiting for it. That's why I was kind of standing there and didn't want to move too far. But yeah, so you'll have these random things happen once in a while. Oh, we have a locked chest. I can open that. Alright, we get 10 reputation points. Oh, I retained my lockpick. That does never happen. I am so unlucky. Like, that's why my luck title, there is a title for doing this. Lucky, I think my unfavored is way higher than my lucky. Oh really? They're having issues? I haven't... I didn't really enjoy Diablo 4. I really didn't enjoy it. I played a little bit of it, and I'm like, I'm kind of waiting on like Path of Exile 2 at this point. I feel like that it's gonna do a better job than whatever Blizzard is cooking up. But you know, whatever. All right, we have Kilgore Ragehod.
What news of the war?
Heroes, eh? So that means you travel around killing critters and taking their stuff, huh? Good. Just what I need. You see, I have some critters that I need killing and stuff that needs taken. Skelk. That's what I'm talking about. I hate them beasties. They just need killing, I tell you. Bring me 5 Skelk fangs and I'll pay you for your troubles. And there's a dungeon map. So dungeon maps are very interesting. That actually open up the whole map to you. Which I think I have like a stash of them. So once we go into the dungeons, I'm gonna be using those and stuff. Look at the Skelk. They're all like fungally and gross. Like, look at this. Ew. There's all these like pustules on those bodies and stuff. Ew. Is there a healer here? Which of these is a healer? I don't think any of these are healers. Attack at will. I don't really care. I have a problem. I like the gameplay of it, the new story I enjoyed. I didn't buy the expansion because I'm not giving Blizzard the full amount for whatever stuff. Like I've said this before, but I buy any of their stuff at discounts, at like at least 50% discount. So once that's on a discount, I'll probably maybe look into it. But I have so many other things that I want to do right now, that I want to play through, that I want to like do, like, and the Switch is gonna be Switch 2 is coming out this year, so I'm trying to save money for that. Like, oh, a golden machete. While using skills, lengthens bleeding duration, and while in stance. That's actually not bad. Pretty okay for a sword. I don't think I'm gonna keep it though. Maybe I should keep it. I might keep it. I might keep that. Sure. For later. Alright, there's a beacon of Draknar right there. I'm gonna talk to that. And then there's another beacon of Draknar right there, which is just weird that they have them right next to each other, but they have all of them that bro got me. The fact they didn't have a really interesting. Oh, I'm not surprised. I think there's so much competition now that I think big companies like Blizzard and stuff are gonna fall into this, like, you have to give people an amazing experience with their gaming for the prices that they're charging now, because competition is just so rampant now. Where even like back in the day, indie games, right? Like back in the day, indie games weren't even a thing. Like when you think about early 2000s, like the indie games we had back then were like they were like Newgrounds or whatever, right? Where they had like all these like Flash games and stuff. Like those were like quote unquote the indie games of the day, right? But nowadays you have these indie developers that make these amazing, almost like AAA titles, right? And it's like the market is becoming so saturated with really, really good games, and it's very competitive now, right? For people's attention and time. So no, wait. Yeah, I bought Diablo 4 at half off as well. It was 30, like the base game is $70. I got it for $35. Yeah, it does the same thing. I'm not paying $70 for that. And honestly, I don't think it's even close to worth being $70. I really don't. 35 is honestly the max they should have ever charged for it. That's what I think. Hello, Doff. Doff just appeared out of nowhere and created a gate in front of us. Who are you, Doff?
You need me?
Ma'am, the Asura Honcho set me here to guard this gate leading back to the Tarnished Coast. He gave me this phantasmal cloak to conceal myself, but the smoke is almost unbearable. How does it work, you ask? Badly, if at all. And the vapors make my eyes water. Of course you are welcome to use this gate. It rarely kills anyone using it. It rarely kills anyone. Wow, how great. Alright. The Asura plan. Let's listen to this.
The destroyers have followed us to the surface.
We need to retake our lands. The sun on the surface is too bright.
A wall. A big wall will keep them out.
What is this?
Typical Asura meeting. You get 3 Asura together, you get 4 opinions.
Everyone, enough! Our immediate threat is the destroyers. I propose that we pool our talents to create a superior weapon.
What do you have in mind, ma'am?
We gather our finest minds. Ula would be the best choice to build a mobile spell-working platform.
I know where Ula is. She's squirreled away in her lab.
We'd also need Gad. He knows the most about containing mystic energies.
And he'll tell you so, every chance he gets.
And Vec, your work with the gates makes you the one to handle the etheric couplings.
Forget it.
Vec?
If Gad is involved in this, include me out. I won't work with that old windbag.
Vec, be reasonable.
I am reasonable. Get Rank instead. He's capable and doesn't have any history with Gad.
As you wish. We're going to need Gad, but no one knows where he is.
I know where to find him. I know where to find Gad. I'm a member of the Shining Blade, and we've been working for him.
Uh-oh.
Problem?
Humans working for Gad? That's a recipe for disaster.
I mean, so we'll talk about this in a second, but there's a lot of stuff that just happened. But, no, I mean, I will pay $70 for a game, if I know it's worth it. If I know that this game is gonna keep my attention for a long time, that there's a lot to it, that's high quality, that I have a really good time with it. But honestly, like, I played through Diablo 4 within, like, what? A week, maybe 2 weeks, like, you know, because I tried different characters and stuff like that. You know, I started like 4 different characters and then finally decided on one that I'm gonna play through the story. And after that, I was just kind of like, okay, the world felt really small. It felt very generic. There was like no soul to it. You know, there was no like, it didn't feel like, it didn't feel $70 worth of game. Like, at all. Like, I'm kind of frustrated even at $35 that I spend. But there's games that, like, you know, if I know beforehand, like, I'm not gonna ever, I'm not pre-ordering anything unless I really know that it's a good product. But if, like, you know, if someone would have been like, Guild Wars 2 was like $70 or something, right? Like, I probably would have paid that. Like, you know, just knowing how much I love Guild Wars 1 and like going into Guild Wars 2, I probably would have paid that price. And I got more than my money's worth out of it, right? It's not like I regretted that ever, you know? But, I don't know. I just think that, like, there's certain companies that I don't have trust in to be able to pay that kind of money, you know? And yeah, you're right. Now, AAA companies want to charge $100. And it's funny because they're not just charging $100, but they're charging $100 with the premise of like, yeah, you want to access our our quadruple A game, right? Like, that's the big thing now, right? Like, quadruple A games. Like, you want to access those games, you're gonna have to give us some money. And then only for those games to turn out to be complete shit and not even worth that kind of money, right? It's been happening with so many games. Like, in the last like 5-6 years, we have seen so many games be canceled before even release because they were just shit. There's no heart and soul. It's all about just getting the money from the consumer. And it's slowly, there's a shift, and we've talked about this many times, but there's a shift in the gaming community now where a lot of people won't just, you know, like I said, there's many options out there nowadays, and the market is very oversaturated. So unless you can really shine like Elden Ring did, for example, like Elden Ring, I think is one of those games that in the last like, you know, few years has really been like this amazing experience for a lot of people, you know, and for myself included. Like, it's been really cool playing it and playing it over again and stuff like that. I've really gotten my money's worth of it, you know. You know, unless you're doing something like that, you know, for a lot of people it's Tears of the Kingdom. I still think I still have this like weird thing with Tears of the Kingdom. Not that it's a bad game at all, but I still have like kind of like this weird thing with it. But anyways, can't wait for a gaming crash. I mean, I'm guessing that's probably gonna happen at some point. So anyways, let's talk about these. Let's talk about this. So we're all the way over here. So we went in here. The flocks and excavations, right? We get this little gate icon. We saw that about one of above the dredge or whatever. That's the icon for dungeons. And we then get teleported all the way down here to the Maguma, to Tarnished Coast, to the outskirts of the Maguma waste, or not Maguma waste, Maguma jungle. And yeah, so we're here. And wait, is there only... How would I get back into... I guess you can't get back through the certain gate, I guess? Yeah, I guess not. Weird. But yeah, so... We come in, and Ysura are sitting together, and Vec makes the joke of you get 3 Ysura together, you get 4 opinions, right? Because they're so like, oh my god, and they always think they're like, they know everything, and they're super smart, and blah blah blah. And they're trying to come up with an idea to fight the destroyers, right? So... Mamp, I don't even know. Is he even here? Is this Mamp guy even here? He seemed to be one of the leaders, but he doesn't seem to be here. Yeah, I don't know. But anyways, I guess whatever. But he was part of this because whatever. So he says, oh, well, we got to get, you know, and he names these main people. He's like, okay, if we're looking to like build a superior weapon, we need like these specific people that are like, you know, they're like leaders in their field, in specific like science fielding, right? And so he says we need Ula, right? And we need Gad, and we need Vec, right? And Vec is like, if you're working with Gad, like we don't know who this Gad character is, but apparently there's like some kind of bad blood between Vec and Gad, because he's like, if you're working with Gad, I'm not helping you guys. And they're like, what? And he's like, no, I got history and I'm not doing that, right? So okay, so they decide to go with Rank or something was his name, the other guy. So he's like the next one down that is like good enough or whatever. So I love this for so many different reasons, because and we kind of talked about this, like the branching paths that we have, right? So we have a branching path like going into Eye of the North, right? Because we can do the Norn story, we can do the Vanguard story, or we can do the Asuran story, right? We have like 3 options. But then we do the Asuran story, and what happens? We actually have a split path as well. We get 3 different paths here, right? We got to get Ula, we got to get Rank, and we got to get Gad. So we have 3 different options on taking stuff, and like different paths to take. On top of that, we get introduced to Livia, right? I mean, most Guild Wars 2 players know Livia, right?
Careful.
But this is the first time we see Livia in Guild Wars 1. She's a Shining Blade agent. She's been working with Gad. We don't really know why. We don't really know the background. Like, how does working with Ysura help? Like, she's a Shining Blade agent. She says that. It's right on her. It's right on her sleeve. Is the Shining Blade insignia? Like, why is a Shining Blade working with Gad and like an Asuran character? Like, it's weird, right? So let's talk to each of them and see what they have to say.
I'm busy.
We need Rank for the Golem project. He's bright, intelligent even. Lately, he's been... Sorry, yeah. Let's grab my back. Lately, he's been hanging around Riven Earth, researching the flow patterns of mountain waterfalls. Okay, interesting. I don't... Sounds really weird, but... Apparently, he sees patterns in things where others just see chaos. It seems odd, I know, but you never know what these geniuses will find interesting. Find him and bring him aboard. I'm sure he'll want to help us. What does Golem stand for? Golem stands for Genius Operated Living Enchanted Manifestation. Catchy, no? I mean, I suppose, but
You need
okay.
me?
I'm here to serve all your staffing needs. All right, so we gotta get
Be
him.
careful.
So Olivia says, Gad is the most brilliant of the Asura. My fellow members of the Shining Blade have been helping with his research into the Bloodstones. They are currently on the far side of the Sea of Sorrows. The good news is we can get there by an Asura gate. Head south and east to an underground complex called the Shards of Ore. An Asura gate on the upper level leads to Gad's encampment. Find Bartholos, leader of the Shining Blade. He can tell you how to find Gad. Okay? So, she tells us that, you know, Riven Earth is over here. So, Rank is somewhere over here, like, researching. But then, we have this little beach area here. And the Shards of Ore is over here because Gad's encampment is over here. So, they're doing research into the... you know, we have to go across the Sea of Sorrows to get to Gad's encampment, and they're doing research over here into the Bloodstones. So that's kind of the connection, right? Because the Shining Blade are fighting the White Mantle and their Mersat overlords, and the Mersat are using the Bloodstones, right? Like, we already know this, and the White Mantle is using the Bloodstones, stuff like that. So they're doing research, probably, to see how to battle the Bloodstone, like people that use the Bloodstone or whatever, right? To kind of get that. So that's kind of where the connection comes on. And then Lork says, you'll never get this project off the ground without Ula. She's the most proficient Golemancer around. Problem is that she's locked herself away in her underground laboratory, whatever. Depends on which region of the world you're from. I don't know exactly where it is, but I do know someone who can take you there. However, for that information, you will owe me a favor. Deal? Okay. If you want to find Ula, speak to her former assistant Blim. He's a bit odd, but he knows how to find her. Look for Blim and Radasum, and when I come calling for that favor, don't try to weasel out of it. Human, it won't work. Remember, I'm much smarter than you. I'm off to find Blim so I can find Ula, and yes, I owe you a favor. Alright, so here we are. So let's read about Floxus Falls. One of the northeastern Asuran communities, this settlement is dominated by a magnificent falls that coats every surface with a fine mist. The local gate provides access to the Floxan excavations, an extensive mining operation recently overrun by exiled Stone Summit dwarves. Interesting. So it's weird. Like, I don't know. Do we even get to see, like... So this is the mist they're kind of talking about. There's a little bit of mist going on. This is the fall. They're talking the falls. They're talking about right there. But oh, that's where it is. That's where the Asuran Gate is. I was gonna say, I'm like, I feel like they have these Asuran Gates, but I didn't know where exactly it was. It's inside of this cave. But yeah, so I don't know where this location would really be in, like, Guild Wars 2. I mean, this would be, like, probably right around where Morgan's Spiral is. I'm guessing is probably, like, right around here. Okay, like, this area is right around where Morgan's Spiral is. So, and you don't see any of these structures, anything like that. You know, one of those things, you know, that kind of loses in translation, coming from Guild Wars 1 to Guild Wars 2. You kind of lose some of that stuff. I mean, unless I'm, like, completely wrong, but you get to see a little bit on this side over here. We have a collector here.
Why are you
monkeys are so soft and fuzzy. Mama said I could have a monkey fur blanket, but it will be months before my father comes home from work. He does the magic weaving in the family. I know, you could do it. If you get just 5 patches of simian fur, I would have enough for a blanket. Alright, so we have monkeys in the area. Ooh. But yeah, so we get an option as to where to go. I think I'm gonna go with doing rank first. We're gonna go with rank. We're gonna take a little detour before we get to rank. But yeah, so he's in Riven Earth. We have an area here. We have an area down here that I don't... Oh, we will go there, actually. There's an area down here. There's an area over here. And obviously, Radasum is somewhere in that area as well, because we know where that is already. So here we are. We're in Arbor Bay. Arbor Bay. I'm gonna take a little detour through Arbor Bay. There's a couple of really interesting things that I want to kind of look at. But we have the big machine crew member.
I'm busy.
We're trying to make a machine. It's going to be big, big. We're going to have the to clear the whole area. To start with, we'll need all the creatures eradicated. Do you think you're up to the task, Buka? Here's a little bit of Asuran technology to help you out if you take the job. All right. So they're trying to make a big machine and need all of this cleared. I love the little mist that we have coming through. But yeah, so here we are in the jungly, in the Tarnished Coast area. It's a beautiful area. I do love it a lot. And we have some crate here. So this is also the area. I'm not doing it today. Like I said, I'm going to be doing it starting next stream. But this is also where we would be getting in our iguana. So we would be trading our croc for the iguana, which we will be doing. We have a boss coming. It's a pretty strong boss. So we might have some problems. I don't know. He's a healer. Lana's Broadwing. Beck just died. Oh my god, they're doing so much damage. Holy crap. I've lost. These are all elementalists, and they've just been pummeling me with magic. And then this guy's been just healing them because he's a boss and he's just incredibly strong. So we lost. That was okay. No big deal. You die. You lose nothing. Alright. Oh, and we're pretty close by. Oh, right over there. Oh, my pet gets revived as well. I'm gonna try to do it again. I don't know if it's... I wonder if I don't focus on the boss and I just focus on the enemies, maybe that's gonna be easier for me to do. I don't know. Oh my god. He's healing them so fast that I can't even kill them. Look, I haven't even done any damage to them. I'm fully healed and I'm dead. Alright. I'm gonna avoid that guy. But yeah, this is where both the crab and the iguana are located. I don't know where he goes. Does he go that way? I think he goes that way. I think that's part of his group over there. Oh no, he's over here. There he is. Okay. As long as he's far away from me, but he's gonna loop around. They do loops. That's the thing with enemies in Guild Wars 1. They don't just stand in. That's the thing that is always hated in MMOs. Is that enemies always stand still, and Guild Wars 2 does do it where they're like enemies that wander around and they like, you know, they go from like one spot to another and whatever, you know. But Guild Wars 1 does it like the best, where they have like actual like patrols set up and stuff. They go like in different, from one region to another region to another region. I like that. Again, it makes it feel more alive. Like you're not playing just... It almost feels like you're playing like real creatures that are just wandering around. Rather than like... Because you would never see a field of centaurs just standing in a field, right? Like...
I'm
You
busy.
would never see that. So, but yeah, whatever. There's a white crab, so that's one of the options. We can kind of take a look. There's a couple of them. Lana's back. Oh my god, you gotta be careful. That's one of the crab guys. Uh-oh. I'm trying to get out of the way here. Chromatic rates. We can kill these guys. Okay. Oh my god, General Morgan, no! Is there healing here? It's healing them, but like my entire group is dying, so the problem is we already have so much death penalty that our health and energy is just so low now. Super annoying. And we were doing pretty good for a second there, but I think the iguana. Oh, I know what the iguana is. I'll show you guys the iguana as well. So we've seen almost all the options. I haven't seen a white wolf. I don't know exactly where those are, but yeah, so this is the crab guy. Hello, look at him. And then the iguana will go there. I'm just gonna kill these guys real quick. Oh my god, Elias died. Yeah, I don't know. I might switch out Elias. I think he's just kind of a weak link in my group. I want to maybe go with someone physical attacker or something. Alright, so we're gonna go this way. Oh, no. Here. I was gonna show you guys the iguana. I think the iguana is in, like, there's a pond right here. I think they're hanging out in this little pond. Oh my god, there's enemies everywhere. There's a locked chest. These guys are coming straight for me. So Crate have this interesting thing in Guild Wars 1 where they revive into a different creature. So this guy died and then he came back as an Archos. Like, they have this really weird mechanic, and it's really dumb and annoying, but it is what it is. So he's a Neos right here. Yeah, and they use an ability. I don't know if you guys saw that, but they call, and it comes back as a Hypnos. But they use an ability called Metamorphosis or something. Which if they cast that, then they come back. Oh god, I just want to open this chest. I don't want to deal with you guys. I don't want to deal with you guys. Get out of here, you spider monkey friend, not friend, fiend. All right, see it. Did it break? It broke. Most certainly broke. And we get another spider. And so Guild Wars 1, I'm sure I've talked about it before, but Guild Wars 1 has the mechanic of as you gain experience, your death penalty goes down. But yeah, pay attention. Right over here, metamorphosis. Feature change something. I don't know what it says, but yeah, so when they cast that, they come back. So this guy just came back. The other guy, I don't think managed to do it. I don't think cast it because he didn't come back. It's always based on if they're able to actually cast it. Did he cast it? I didn't see it. Alright, so we have another. There's an iguana down there. So this is the Shards of Ore. They talked about this. This is another dungeon, but it's a dungeon again that you can pass through. So you don't have to go in. I mean, you have to go in there to continue the story, but it's going to be another one where you go in and then you kind of don't go into the deeper levels. You just go to another exit on the other side. And we're going to have to do that in order to find Gad, because they're inside of the Shards of Ore is in the Sur gate that leads us to the encampment over here. But yeah, so these are the iguanas. So you can get one of these guys. So we have Croc now, but then we're going to get an iguana who... Like, the iguana is already as... Like I said, I think the Croc is one of those. I don't know if that is true or not, but he seemed to not have grown a lot. Like, I thought when I got him, I thought he was, like, pretty much that same size. I don't think he grew to be very large. But the iguana, remember, like, that's only level 5. They grow to be larger, and he's already as large as Croc is. Like, he's already as big as Croc. So if we get this guy, he's gonna be massive. He's gonna be like a Drake in Guild Wars 2, right? Like, he's gonna be a big old guy. So anyway, I just wanted to show you guys that, so you guys can kind of see the options of what we have. Different things available to us. And now I want to do another detour thing. I'm gonna go this way. No, oh god, they got these savage Opards. So the Devos are the healers, or the flying ones. Yeah, make sure you kill those for sure. Lunar token. Lunar token. I've also been thinking about doing like link to the past randomizers again. God, I hate these guys. You die so quickly to them. So these guys are mesmers, and they're masters of interruption. They will mass interrupt your group. Luckily, because we are a lot of scouts and stuff, which are very instant and they don't have like a long cast time, we are pretty okay with that interaction. Like, we're pretty okay with having us being robbed of the ability to cast things and stuff, because we just use shouts. Many of us use shouts at least. So, alright, so here's an interesting area. First of all, let's talk to this guy. Oh, okay. We have another group of... Oh, yeah, so they're the Wind Riders. This little island right here, they have, like, all these Wind Riders that go in circles around this island. this tiny area.
Why are you bothering me?
Why are you bothering me? Yeah, see, there's more Wind Riders, and I think there's even like a boss Wind Rider that goes around. I don't see any, but they keep coming and they keep coming. But anyways, so we're oh, there's an iguana over here, and a white crab, and I'm looking for this. I know there's a boss. One of these guys is a boss that flies around. Isn't there? Maybe I'm crazy. I know that they're up there. I think is also like a group of enemies of some kind that have a boss. This area is interesting. Whoa, look at that big old group of Wind Riders. Anyways, where are we, guys? Well, this is the Pale Tree. Suddenly our chat ain't showing up. Hello, hello. What do you mean chat isn't showing up? Chat isn't showing up? So, I don't know why it didn't happen on my screen. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I see the chat. Do you not see chat? What's going on? Are you not seeing it? Because I see your message, so I don't know why chat isn't. And it looks fine on my end. I see chat on both my actual live chat and I see chat on my screen, so I don't know. My favorite game from the was that Indiana Jones game. Didn't actually play it myself, but watched a Let's Play. That's kind of sad, right? When you think about that, your favorite game of the year is a game you didn't even play. Kind of weird, right? Kind of sad to think that that's the best we can do in gaming nowadays. Oh my god, Wind Riders are coming on the island. Alright, anyways, we're here, guys. This is the Pale Tree. Oh my god, why do I have to deal with this right now? Didn't go through? Well, I'm sorry that didn't go through. I don't know why it didn't go through. Doesn't look to be anything on my end, but I don't know. But anyway, so here's Ventari, right? We have Ventari here. This is the Pale Tree, the budding Pale Tree. It's just really, really small or whatever. And yeah, this is not the exact location, I don't want to say. I mean, I feel like it's more like, I don't know, down here in Guild Wars 2. But anyways, close enough, right? But yeah, here we are, Pale Tree. This is a little island. So Ronan is the guy that found the seed of the Pale Tree. And he planted it, right? So we have Ronan right here. There was a time that I cursed this world for taking away everything that I had. But living here, I have come to understand that these memories, even those that are painful, are the seeds of our identity. They shape our growth. Oh, we have a skull spear here. We have Ergen Windmane, who I guess we can't talk to. Interesting. Can't talk to him. I don't know. Ventari. The outside world is violent, a place where the seeds of chaos are sown with innocent tears. The only peace to be found is within the self. Forging the path of serenity from the mind to the heart is more difficult than any battle fought with steel. What is this place? This place is home and haven. As bloodshed casts its shadow, we shelter beneath this place of solace. We live life as it was meant to be, in harmony and unity. Regardless of race or caste, all are welcome. Okay. What can you tell me about this tree? It is miraculous to believe that all of this began as merely a seed that Ronan gave me. He's an old acquaintance, one of the soldiers who fought the White Mantle who slaughtered my people. Those battles cost him his wife and daughter. In his grief, he threw down his weapon. Perhaps he was looking for escape or a place to die, to end his suffering. There he lay, a broken man, and in that moment, he found the seed that would become all of this. Okay. And you can kind of see there's like this magic whirling around. It's really pretty. How did you come here? I had a home once before this one where I attempted to reconcile the differences between your people and my own. But centaurs are a proud race, fiery with passion and convictions. They would not see humans as their equals. Against the odds, they fought. The humans rose to crush them. War consumed those lands and my home with it. I made my way here to start anew. Alright, so this is the safe haven that they built out here. Alicina? There are sure some who would call this running away, but you can't teach a man anything once he's dead. Only by living can we secure a better tomorrow. If peace does not come in our time, then it will come in our children's. What is important now is that we're walking a path that will lead to salvation, to a salvation. Okay, so these are the refugees looking for peace. They just want to be left alone.
Are you still here?
We can get some materials from her.
Report in.
And we have a merchant here, so. Because I don't play a lot of stuff as it is. Can't afford most things, so I enjoy through watching others. Occasionally luck out with stuff like Diablo 4 Server Run. Being 25 is affordable for me. Yeah, I understand that as well. It sucks, right? Like, I do it a lot too. There are certain games where I'm like, I definitely want to get that, right? I want to play that. But there's many other games where I'm like, I'm totally okay with like watching someone play through them, you know, whatever. So, yeah, I'm gonna sell all these. Right, there we go. It is, but this is the pale tree. This is the, you can kind of see a little early, like a look 250 years ago, what the pale tree looked like. Can I guess I can go that way. Gotta be careful because there's wind riders around. Oh my god, stop interrupting everyone. I'm trying to get rid of my death penalty, you know, and I can only do that if I defeat enemies and not die again. All right, let's run this way. Let's run this way. I want to get away from these wind riders. Run, 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 run. Whoever is behind me needs to run faster. Come on, Ogden, hurry. Okay. Ugh, chromatic drakes. Oh god, there's more wind runners. Where are they going? I don't think they're coming to me. I'm going over here. Alright, we're going back the way we came, and I'm gonna go a different route. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think, you know, the thing is, like, you know, you say that as in, like, I'm not afraid. I don't think I would ever be afraid either of admitting that. I used to pirate a lot of games back in the day, but I don't do it anymore. But the thing about that is that, you know, like, and that's the way the world is right now. It's like in such a weird, messed up state that, like, you know, technically the big corporations and stuff like that, like, you know, they're taking money from us, right? Like these mega corporations that are reporting like billions of dollars in profit while the regular man is struggling, right? Like, that's kind of like the same thing as pirating, right? Like they're in a sense stealing from us because they're charging for their product way more than they technically need to because they're already making a huge amount of product or a profit. I'm sorry, profit, right? So they don't need to charge us that much. So they're kind of pirating from us because they're taking stuff that they, you know, that like, I don't know, they're taking like extra money from us. So I feel like pirating is just kind of evening some of the stuff out, right? Like, I don't think I would pirate from someone, like, I don't mind giving someone, like, ArenaNet money, right? Like, I've enjoyed their products, and I don't think that their products are overpriced, or that they're trying to, like, price gouge you, right? Like I said earlier, like, I don't think Diablo 4 is worth the $70 that they're charging for it, right? And their profit margins are huge. Like, they make a lot of freaking money, right? but they're also not paying their developers, meaning that it's just the CEO and the big people behind it, right? They're the ones pocketing all the money for like a in my opinion, subpar product. Okay, so pirating anything Blizzard, I'm totally fine with. You know what I mean? Like, I think there's something to be said about that. So, and I'm not afraid to say it. So, not afraid to admit it. We're just gonna do what we want. You know, I wouldn't do it from like an indie developer. I wouldn't do it from someone that's like, you know, a smaller company or someone that's struggling or someone that I appreciate. But the other day, what was it the other day? There was something. Oh yeah. I went to a gas station and I bought like a couple of things at the gas station, and it was weird. Like I had like, I don't know, I had like 5-6 items at the gas station that I was getting, and the cashier, she didn't charge me for one of the items. And I didn't say, I kind of like I didn't say anything. I kind of like looked at her and I was like, I didn't say anything, and I was like, okay, because she like scanned everything but like one item. And I was like, I'm not gonna say anything, because like in my head I was thinking like, she probably doesn't give a shit that she didn't scan it. This is like, you know, this is a gas station that's probably making like millions of dollars a year anyways. You know what I mean? So I technically stole, like, you know, in the most technical of sense, like I stole, but it was just like one of those things that's like, whatever, you know? It was just like, it was weird how that happened, because it was like, I was willing to pay for it. It wasn't like I walked out with it, but she like didn't scan it. I'm like, okay, whatever. But anyway, so now we're going, oh, we're getting a temporarily gain 5 energy per kill. So we have the energy channel here, which is super nice. But we go into this like little cave area over here, and I love this little, again, it's a little cave, but it has these like sunken ruins in the middle of it. And I just love coming to this little area, because again, in Guild Wars 2, you don't see, this area doesn't exist anymore. Again, this is like right north of the Grove. This is in the early Paladon Forest area. There's no caves, there's no big ruins like that you could possibly see, which is kind of sad, but it is what it is, you know. These simians are really strong too, so you get, oh, I missed all these things. Yeah, we're fighting bat enemies as well, like big bats, incubus wing. That's kind of cool. Yeah, everyone keeps dying, so our health doesn't increase. But yeah, you have these ruins, you have these pyramids. No one knows who built these, right? And mushrooms and a big cave leading down into a chasm. It's really, really cool. I love that so much. It's like, whoa, what's going on over here, you know? And we, oh, incubuses. So I'm probably gonna, I don't know what this next quest, like we're gonna look for rank, but then once we have done that, I'm gonna look for, because past Riven Earth is Radasum. We're gonna go to Radasum, and then I'm gonna end the stream, and that's gonna be kind of it. So, but yeah, you can actually get on these, yeah, look at all this. Look at all these like ruins and stuff like that down there. Really, really cool. So, oh, I love that we can like kind of see stuff. But yeah, so this is really nice. We can't go down there. We don't have a sky scale or a Springer or anything to do that. And we got these old ancient ruins.
Oh, great. Another book.
Cleared 84 enemies. I think our Asuran title is probably like the highest one out of them. Norn is here. Asuran is catching up already. So Asuran title is already catching up. Oop. Oh, Simians. Yeah, see the in Guild Wars 2, you know, these enemies don't exist here anymore, which is kind of a shame. Like Simians and stuff, were like the staple. Like when we get to Riven Earth, you're gonna see a lot more of the Simians and stuff. They're like a staple of the Tarnished Coast, and you don't see them anymore. And it's actually kind of cool sometimes, because in Guild Wars 2, they do. Sometimes they like acknowledge that a little bit, right? And you'll see certain items or certain things or whatever that kind of speak to that. Like I was just thinking, and it's going to be one of the Did You Knows that I'm going to be doing, but there is, when you go to like Ascalon, like early on in the chart area, right, in Plains of Ashford, you come to the little lake where they have the tar elementals that'll pop up, right? Like there's these tar elementals that are being summoned by the Flame Legion char and stuff like that, like way early on in that little lake, like in the first area of the game, like at level 5 or whatever. And it's really interesting, these tar elementals, because the tar elementals are like a callback to Guild Wars 1, because in Guild Wars 1, remember, after the searing, all of the lakes, rivers and stuff, they all turned to tar, right? Like a lot of them dried out, but many of them turned to tar. And that's kind of a callback to that, you know? But it's also, on top of that, a whole area is like a callback, because the hard vendor that's on the lake will actually sell you accessories that are called like remnants of gargoyles. Remnants of a gargoyle or something like that, which is, again, during post-searing Ascalon, after the searing in Ascalon, you had these gargoyles everywhere. There was gargoyles everywhere in Ascalon. That was like a huge thing, specifically like where you could find ruins and stuff. You would see like gargoyles everywhere. And we're gonna die. We're definitely gonna die. This is, I don't even know what's happening here. Who is the healer? Do we know if there's a healer? They don't even have a healer anymore. Oh, this guy, the Spirit Caller. I gotta kill the Spirit Caller. Last guy was Hogwarts Legacy and I was enjoying it, but then it says I gotta find another copy, hopefully something more stable. That's interesting. Always gotta be careful when you pirate stuff too, you know? It's like where you're getting it from. Oh my god, our death penalty is so bad. Ooh, I'm gonna help out, but I'm gonna summon Ridlock. Ridlock can help us out. How many? I have 17 skill points. Alright, Ridlock can help out. He's probably gonna die really quickly, but hopefully not. Hopefully he can help out. But yeah, so on top of having like tar elementals, you know, the reference to tar being in the Ascalonian region, you also have the gargoyles, the remnants of a gargoyle, which were like these, you know, big enemy type in Ascalon that we don't see at all in Guild Wars 2 anymore. And it's just kind of like, okay, but it kind of shows like, yeah, they went extinct in 250 years, you know, with the char expanding and human, you know, and the fight with the, you know, char and the humans and whatever, right? Like they went extinct, and you know, now there's only like remnants of them that are, you know, being treated as like accessories that you can wear. You know, it's kind of like when you find fossils in the real world or whatever. You know? I have a civic gargoyle you can get to fight with you. That sigil they used to have. You can combine it with the runes to summon Rock Dog Golem. The big gargoyle you could get to fight with you? What do you mean? What gargoyle? Like in Guild Wars 2? They have a gargoyle that you can get? I don't remember that. I mean, I don't, you know, whatever. I don't remember that, unfortunately. Killed it. Oh, money. Big machine crew. How much money are you giving? How many points are you giving me?
I'm busy.
Bam, 60 points right there. Boom. Wow, we're really catching up. All right, and here we are. We're getting to Riven Earth now. And that gargoyle as well with the relics that they did with the rock dog. Yeah, I don't remember that gargoyle. There used to be sigil in Guild Wars 1 where if you get turned into summon a
I'm busy.
gargoyle. Really? Let me look at that, because that's interesting. I love that. Is it like a discontinued list? I'm trying to find the exact. I want to look at that. I don't know what it's called. Not showing. No matches. Sigil of Torment replace that one? Let's find out. 'Cause I really, that sounds so cool to me. Sigil of Torment. Because it would be on that info thing there. There are different versions historically. Oh, that's the best. Sous chef, you can summon a sous chef. That's great. This is so weird. Why can't I? It's so bright. Jesus. I always hate. I wish they had a dark version on the wiki. It's like, I don't understand why they don't. It's driving me crazy. D-line familiar? Oh, that sounds fantastic. It sounds like a great, like, sounds really good. Like, who cares about, nowadays in PvE, it doesn't really matter anyways, right? Like, it doesn't matter how, your DPS, right? Your DPS doesn't really matter anymore. I can't find it anywhere. That's wild. Huh. Can't find it anywhere. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird because I feel like I don't have any memory of that being a thing. But like I mean, I'm like, I don't know. Stinky? Who's Stinky? Stinky's a little, oh my god, Stinky's a little, just found the little guy Stinky. He's an Astro Ward guy. And Janthir Sentry, Stinky. So cute. I can't find it. I do not know what it is that you are talking about. Because that sounds really cool. And I can't find it. I can't find it. I don't know. If you can find it, let me know. But I can't. I don't see it as well. Anyway, so here we are in Riven Earth, you guys. I'm sure you guys saw the loading screen. But that's that famous stone bridge that I always talk about, which is right in the Asuran area. It's massive in Guild Wars 1, it's tiny in Guild Wars 2. But we're looking for Rank, who is right across the street here. Right across the river. Right across the street. Right across the street over there. So funny. And those are the faces I've done, like a Did You Know? They always look at you, which is super creepy. Then right over there. Oh, I need to get. Hold on. I gotta talk to the Sky Crew member.
Oh, great. Another booker.
What? Oh, I already got it? When did I get that? I did not even realize that I got it. Wow. Okay. Clearly I'm not tired or something. I don't know. I gotta pay attention. It's got to pay attention. Oh my god, I have negative 53. Jesus. We're all gonna die. We're all like paper thin now. 58? Oh my god. These guys are just gonna die. You look at them the wrong way, they're like dead. Alright, here's Rank. Hi Rank. How you doing? He's hanging out, looking at the waterfall. Remember, he's studying, he's seeing patterns in the waterfall, which is kind of creepy because these waterfalls, right, with the faces and stuff, like, kind of weird, but he's seeing patterns in the waterfall or whatever, so.
Why are you bothering?
Look atop these falls. Look at the pattern the water creates. Beautiful, isn't it? A little help. Yes, this Golem project is exactly what we need to take care of the blasted destroyers. I'll head to my lab to begin the preliminary work. See me once Gad and Ula have joined us. Their expertise will be invaluable. Okay, so that's the end of that quest line. Ends really quickly. We actually return to that once we get Ula and we actually, because he's going back to his lab, right? But once he's like, let me know. So once we have gotten Ula and Gad on our side, we have some dinosaurs to defeat over here. They're big old dinosaurs. Once we get Ula and Gad on our side, we then have to look for Rank again, who's not here. He's in a different location. But yeah, so that's okay. We'll go back to the Floxus Falls next time. We're gonna just journey to Radasu for now. And that's where we'll end today's stream. Found it. Give me a link. I want to look at this. Give me a link. Ooh, what did you? A picture?
Oh, great. Another
so
booga.
I love that. I love that so much. Seeing that picture, Oreen. Oreen is like, man.
Why are you bothering me?
I wish we could get like. I missed the whole idea of Oreen. Like, Oreen was like this really interesting thing that ArenaNet did, where they made us so caring so much about the stupid egg, and then the baby Oreen, and then adolescent Oreen, and then future of Oreen, and it's like all these things, right? And it's like, man, I want them to kind of create something like that again, like something that I really give a shit about in Guild Wars 2, you know? Sigil of Demon Summoning. Sigil of Demon Summoning. How did you find that? Superior Sigil, no. Functionality changed. Previously, the Sigil summoned a Flesh Reaver ally at 25. Oh, yeah. The Flesh Reavers. We've talked about the Flesh Reavers. Yeah, okay. Got it. The Flesh Reaver. Yeah, the Flesh Reavers are fantastic. With summon at 25 charges? Charges of what? When you 25 times you inflicted torment or something? I think they probably will. I mean, they're probably going to be looking at like other things. Like if they're already committed to bringing back all these summons that we had before, right? Like I feel like we might see all, like any of them come back. I mean, that would be really cool. I would love to see that. kills stacks. Got it. It was fun to have flesh reader from Sigil and the feeds from the rune set. Oh yeah, I guess you could stack those, right? And have your own minions as a necromancer. As a necromancer, you could have your own minions too. So yeah, I mean that's kind of cool. I love that. That's really interesting, for sure. I mean, it'll probably come back as a relic, right? Relic effect, not a sigil, but nonetheless, I mean, it would be cool. Raptors are so. Can we like focus on one particular? Like Ogden probably has like no energy, and he probably has like a really hard time keeping up. It's fine. Kill this guy. Oh, with Venom, yeah, that's an interest. That see, there seems to be some kind of strategy, right? If you can buff that with, you know, with condition damage and like poison in general, like buff your poisons and stuff. This guy right there, that is like one of the strongest bosses in the game. He will rock my world. I am not fighting that guy. He's so hard to beat. Like, even my team of, like, experienced fighters have a hard time against that guy. He is so tough. Stop blocking everything. Do I need to go across this bridge, or can I just keep going? I just want to talk to you.
I'm busy.
22 kills. We're not quite there yet. Oh, no, we can just keep going. Good. Love it. This Radasum is over here, so. Ooh, if I can walk by these guys. Ooh, speed boost. No. Oh god, because Ogden or whoever had to lag behind. So annoying. Alright, let's keep going. We're almost at the Radasum. Alright. How we doing the Cern title? Ooh, Cern title's catching up with the Norn title. Well, obviously, as we're doing the Cern storyline, it's gonna surpass it real quick, but I wanted to see if that's still gonna be something that's gonna happen now. I could go back and get my reward from that guy over there, but I don't really want to do that. I don't care. Alright, we have a little setup over here. This will become important later, so I'm not gonna talk to anyone here. I'm just gonna keep going. Oh, there's an iguana right outside the. We're right. Oh, there's a bunch of them. Holy crap! We're right outside of Radasum as well. Radasum is like south of here. It's right around the corner from here. Ooh, spider webs always means there are spiders in the trees. Be careful. Oh, there they are. Like I said. That's also really cool in Guild Wars 2, like, or Guild Wars 1, I mean, is like, you know, like I know this. When I see spider webs in corners, trees, caves, I know there's spiders there, right? Like that's really cool to me. There's like some environmental thing going on. It's not really storytelling, but it's just kind of like you get these like visual cues where the environment kind of matches with what's going on. Like sometimes I play some games where like you'll go to an area and it'll look like one way, but then you fight like some completely like enemies that don't fit at all into the area, and you're like, why am I fighting this thing here? So weird. All right, let's get our bonus from this guy. Yeah, all these signs, I guess if I haven't discovered the cities, these signs don't actually have their names on them. I've never noticed that. Because this is supposed to say Radasum, and it's not saying anything. So, but here we are, Radasum. Radasum is really interesting, too, when you go in the actual area on the map. So obviously we don't have a big giant cube, right? It's just this little community of people, you know, hanging out or whatever. But it's interesting because you have this building, right? You have this like big building right here, the big pyramid, I guess, right there, like that big pyramid right there. And the exit is on the other side of that pyramid. We don't actually get to go inside of that pyramid. So God knows what's inside of there or what they're doing in here. We only get to be out in this area with the this big thing in the middle there. But yeah, so we're Radasum. So let's read about Radasum. The hub of Asuran activity on the surface world, Radasum was quickly and magically erected when the race arrived from their native underground homes. Geomystic generators dot the area, providing free power to the town. Some find the atmosphere within the town uncomfortable, saying you can literally feel the energy being sucked from the air, but the Asura vow this enchanted technology is perfectly safe. Alright, so yeah, so here we are. In Radasum, and there's Mamp. I guess he did come out at some point, so we'll talk to all the characters here next time. That'll be a good way to kind of get started in the you know, in the next stream and stuff as we go through and do the little missions and stuff. So Alcazia Tangle, we're gonna have to go there once Gad and Ula have been recruited. So we're gonna have to lap space. We have to. I'll probably do the Gad thing first. So we're gonna go in and do Gad, which is like over here, right? So we have to go back to Flox's Falls and then run down and do that. But we're gonna talk to some people here first, kind of see what's going on, what we're doing here. But yeah, anyways, so thank you guys. Thank you, Mish King, and thank you, Emily, for being here. Everyone else that was in the background, I appreciate you guys so much. Oh, let's finish the vote first. So Iguana is the one that won, I think, right? So we're going to be doing Iguana. So, yeah. Next stream, or not necessarily next stream. I don't know. I am streaming more this week. I think I'm going to be streaming Wednesday and Thursday. But I don't know. I might be doing Guild Wars 2. I might be doing maybe more of this. I don't know, because I do like this a lot. So I don't know. But like I said, I've been wanting to kind of do a Link to the Past randomizers as well. Like I really want to get back into that because I really enjoyed those a lot. They were like really like it kept my brain so active because I had to think about all these things, and it's really cool. And I've been watching a lot of randomizers lately, so I'm kind of in the mood to do that. Like off to the side, I kind of have like these randomizers that are just kind of running off to the side, like playing. So anyways, thank you guys so much. Like I said, my video series should be coming out sometime at toward the end of this week, and that means we're gonna slowly get into. All right, night. I'll be making my new character soon. I'm playing my Necro Talon, playing what weapons to switch to. I'm using bow, sword, and shield. Yeah, I might play a little bit of ESO later too. I don't know what we'll see. I'm kind of hungry. I'm gonna eat something first, but we'll see. We'll see how my night goes. But yeah, anyways, so thank you so much. I think to a sword, either lightning or ice staff. Yeah, I don't know. New character, Necro. I don't know what's good for Necro. I don't like Necromancers in ESO, but I've tried him one time and I'm like, I don't know, I'm not a fan of him. But yeah, anyways, so having the new series coming out, and then like I said, I'm gonna go back to doing shorts on Guild Wars 2, and there's a bunch of other stuff too, like the new patch is coming. So the balance patch is coming out next Tuesday. Depending on, I don't know what my schedule's looking like next week. I'm probably gonna do some Guild Wars 2 stuff because I really want to try out that, you know, or maybe get your guys' impression on that stuff. But also, the patch will be following at, like, you know, it's coming out next month, early next month. But by the time the video series starts releasing and I start doing all these other videos, like, there's other stuff that I want to talk about, you know, and stuff like that. So we'll see how that all goes. So thank you guys. Yeah, the 11th. Yep. So that's exciting. It's still, I mean, we you know, we're just into February, so we clearly have like over a month still, like a month and a half or a month and 1 week before that comes out. But you know, we're probably gonna start getting some info like a week or two before. I don't know. I don't know how they're gonna. Usually they do a trailer a week before, but I feel like with them having pushed it back a couple of weeks, they might do like a trailer 2 weeks earlier this time around. So like a week later than they would regularly do it, technically, right? Like probably the week that we were supposed to get it is when they are giving us the trailer, and then 2 weeks later they release. Maybe I don't know, right? I'm not sure. But anyways, so that's gonna be it for me for today. I will see you guys later. So have a good night. Bye, guys.